5 o'clock on the dot. I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories. Lots of sunshine today. Humidity's going to stay low, but we are tracking more showers for the weekend. Got the full forecast and traffic in 5 minutes. Well, officials in Sumner County say there's nothing to worry about with the Nashville Pike Bridge over Old Hickory Lake in Gallatin. Channel 4 says a man posted a video to TikTok. Got 1 million views. It shows concrete missing and rebar exposed, but TDOT says it checked it out, says there's no danger on that bridge.
We know that it's really just the surface concrete. It's not something deep. It's not under a beam that's carrying the load. But the other thing is we do appreciate the public notifying us of when they do see something of concern to give us that chance to look at it again in case we did miss something.
That state bridge engineer says that structure passed inspection in October. Well, some East Nashville residents say they plan to go to court to fight what they call invisible parking tickets from the Nashville Department of Transportation. Jenny Thayer tells News 2 she and about 9 of her neighbors got letters in the mail claiming they never paid their parking tickets for parking on the wrong side of the road in the Cleveland Park area. But the Nashville Department of Transportation tells News 2 they can confirm physical tickets were placed on those vehicles, but they can't speak as to what may have happened after that. Thayer is skeptical.
It would seem a little funny to me that 10 cars lost their tickets in a windstorm.
And her neighbor, Alex Wilfan, says he's ready to go to court.
I just feel like we're starting to live in Candyland where we hand out invisible tickets and scare people into paying them.
NDOT telling News 2 parking against the flow of traffic is against the law and a ticketable offense. Channel 4 says women in Tennessee are going to join a nationwide strike later this month for reproductive freedom, gender equality, and gender-based violence in Nashville on June 24th. Organizers are telling women across the country there should be no purchasing, no working, no school that day. Women are going to meet at the state capitol at 8 o'clock in the morning of the 24th and be there until 10 o'clock that night. Market Numbers Report brought to you by Beacon Capital Management. Online at beaconcm.com. Here's Daria Albinger.
Mixed result for stocks coming off a record-setting day. Investors reacting to some soft economic readings, including an increase in weekly jobless benefits and a slowdown in productivity. The Dow added 79 points. The Nasdaq lost 15. The S&P was nearly flat, down a point. The May jobs report comes out on Friday. Chip maker NVIDIA, which overtook Apple on Wednesday as the second biggest U.S. company, reversed an early gain and slipped more than 10%. Shares in GameStop jumped some 40% after investor Roaring Kitty announced a YouTube live stream Friday at noon. Back in 2020, he sparked a trading surge in GameStop that burned short-selling hedge funds. Robinhood Markets rose more than 7% after saying they agreed to buy the cryptocurrency exchange Bitstamp. The FDA has lifted its marketing ban on e-cigarette maker Juul Labs, meaning the profits could end up with authorization.
All right, let's check futures ahead of this morning's opening bell on Wall Street. Dow futures down 14, S&P flat, NASDAQ up 16. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
5:06, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to you, friends, for Friday, along with Jeff Malinoff in for Johnny B. Ken Weaver here as well. CNN breathlessly reporting Biden to defend democracy in his Normandy address. Isn't that what he did yesterday? I guess he's going to do that again today. So we'll keeping an eye on the president. He was just. Can I just say that he was a mess yesterday? Like we were live on the air as all of this was going on yesterday. So I'm sure at this point it is. You've probably seen the videos of Joe Biden. People on the internet, and we talked about this yesterday, where it was like Biden is trying to figure out if it's okay to sit down. And so it looks like he's turning around and he's not sure if he's allowed to sit down. Is there an empty chair, which was one of the theories out there. Other people literally saying that the president was the victim of incontinence. And that after he did that, after he was kind of sort of bending his knees, kind of sort of squatting a little bit, he and Jill, made a hasty retreat, exit stage right. I don't know if that happened. Here's what I do know, is that when he gets out of the presidential vehicle, he gets out and he just sort of gets out and he's just standing still and just kind of looking around like he's not exactly sure what he's supposed to do or where he's supposed to go. And I'm noticing something about the president. He's got the resting bee face. People usually use it with Kamala Harris, resting bee face. I can't use the actual term. Joe Biden has this thing now where it's like resting Biden face, where he's squinting and his mouth is in a persistent frown, and it looks like an utter state of confusion. And so when he gets off of that, gets out of that presidential vehicle yesterday to address D-Day and the D-Day crowd and all that, he's looking around and he is just so completely lost. And what has me lost is that the people around him continue to allow him to be put in these kinds of situations where he just gets confused. Whether it is, walking off of a stage, somebody's got to rush the stage when Biden is wrapping up a speech to lead him off of the stage. He gets out of the presidential vehicle. Don't allow the cameras to catch the president looking confused and looking around, and he's got resting Biden face, squinty eyes, mouth agape, curled down lips, not knowing where to go. Don't let that happen. But for the American people and for people like me, I think it's great. Because that proves time and time again what we have been saying all along and what the American people know is that the president is in cognitive decline. That is obvious. Now, there was an interview with David Muir last night, and it was actually a pretty good interview. Here's the problem. The problem with these network interviews is that they are so lacking in context. But if you haven't seen it, I'll try to tweet it out, but go find it. It is the interview with ABC, David Muir, and Biden does have resting Biden face, but he also looks like he's half asleep. And if you listen to his voice, it's like really the tired and sleepy and gravelly voice of Joe Biden. This is part of that speech. This is part of that interview.
But we did witness this shift in recent days, authorizing American weapons for limited direct strikes. Are American weapons being used right now inside Russia?
They're authorized to be used in proximity to the border. We're not authorizing strikes 200 miles into Russia. We're not authorizing strikes on Moscow, on the Kremlin.
I mean, good Lord, man. I mean, we'll get into the content of what he says, but what was really striking to me was that tired sound. It's really breathy. It's really tired. It's really low. I mean, I had to boost up the audio just so you folks could hear it. And so that's number one, is that just for somebody who's not really into the politics and the policy and the foreign policy and all of that, which I'm into all of that, but just on the surface, watch that interview, listen to that interview, and just the vision of Biden, so incredibly tired, low-voiced, gravelly-voiced, mouth in a perpetual frown and looking confused, that should be enough to scare the hell out of the American people, because this is the condition of our president. And if you're Xi Jinping or Vladimir Putin, you're laughing your arse off. Now, as far as American weapons being utilized to go after Russia and being used in Russia, here's what the deal is. And I've been talking about this for a long time. It is the notion of mission creep. We have mission creep going on right now with Ukraine. Now they're utilizing our weapons to bomb Russia inside of Russian territory. And Biden has long said that he doesn't want to do this, and now we are in a limited fashion. But what does limited mean to Vladimir Putin? He doesn't know the term limited. What he knows is that Joe Biden and the United States and NATO is allowing their weapons and our weapons to attack his country. Now, you could say that Ukraine is engaged in self-defense, obviously, but Vladimir Putin doesn't see this as limited. Putin sees this as direct aggression from our country into theirs, and he said so. Now, and this is going to trigger some of you folks, so I'm giving you a trigger warning. But if we were going to allow American weapons to be used, just go with me here. We should have done that in the beginning to make quick work of this seemingly now never-ending war. But I see this as the purposeful elongation of this conflict. Keep it going as long as possible so the money continues to flow into Ukraine, and who knows where it goes from there. Because I think that the $175 billion that we have utilized, this money and the weaponry and all of this being sent into Ukraine, I think this whole thing is corrupt as get out. I do. Because a lot of these funds, you don't know where they're going. You don't know what it's being used for. You don't know how much of that money is coming back into the United States through political donations. I could go through all of that, and I have in the past. So why is it that we are elongating this conflict between Ukraine and Russia? Because, as I've long said, it's like we do just enough to keep it going. We provide just enough to make sure that Ukraine doesn't lose and doesn't win. We just keep it going. That's what we're doing. Oh, but there's more. There's a lot more. By the way, so what we're doing, just so you know, we are allowing Ukraine to now use short-range missiles to hit only parts of the northeast region of Russia. But remember, the Netherlands has also allowed Ukraine to use their F-16s. And so Vladimir Putin is getting ticked. And I think that Joe Biden, during this interview last night with David Muir, he made a big mistake. He made a huge mistake. And I'm going to tell you what that mistake was straight ahead. It is 5:15 on Nashville's Morning News. Time to check the roads on Super Talk 99.7. Thank you very much. As far as your weather today, 83 degrees and sunny. Saturday, high of 83 and cloudy. On Sunday, a high of 81 and possible showers. And right now, 61 degrees at Super Talk 99.7 WTN. It is 5:16, talking about a number of things, but particularly this interview with President Biden and David Muir from ABC. And one of the things that we're talking about and what they were talking about is the fact that Biden is now allowing these short-range missiles to hit only parts, I'm air quoting here, only parts of the northeast region of Russia. The president calling this limited use, but he was asked the question about, do you worry about Vladimir Putin, and his response?
Does this at all concern you, though, that it could not only escalate the war between Ukraine and Russia, but draw the U.S., the West into this in a much larger way?
It theoretically could, but it's not likely. Look, the idea that Russia, this juggernaut that is absent nuclear weapons, this conventional juggernaut, you know how many troops they've lost so far? 350,000 dead or wounded without a single American troop being engaged by supplying the Ukrainians with the weapons they need.
So the problem with these kinds of interviews is that they are, as I said previously, they're so lacking in context. Because all the answers are truncated and there's no real follow-up questions. Do you know that we have given Ukraine at least $175 billion? You're talking about weaponry. We're talking about keeping their government alive. We're talking about keeping their country alive as well. And so we keep giving and giving and giving, and yet Zelensky refuses to negotiate with Vladimir Putin. And so when Donald Trump says that he could end this on day one, I guarantee you that one of the things that Donald Trump would do if he is elected into office, he's going to go into Zelensky and he's going to say the gravy train stops right now, and you are going to sit down with Vladimir Putin and we're going to figure this out. Because as we have often said, a blank check is not policy. And that is essentially what we are doing. And the other thing that he did, that Joe Biden did there, the big mistake that Biden did, is he is underestimating his opponent. In this case, Vladimir Putin. Now, it's possible that what Biden says is true. We really don't know what Putin has up his sleeve. But to underestimate Russia and Vladimir Putin, I will tell you, is a big mistake. That's number one. And number two, let's also not forget that you have the alliance between Vladimir Putin and Russia and Xi Jinping and China. Then you throw in Iran and North Korea, and yeah, we are talking about World War III. And that is what it seems like we are hurtling towards. And by the way, those folks that say that we should not be negotiating with terrorists and dictators, aren't we in the midst of negotiating with Hamas? We are. We're in the midst of negotiating with Hamas. Here's another soundbite. Are you worried about this whole thing drawing us into a wider conflict?
Let me ask you about what Vladimir Putin said last night about this authorization of American weapons inside Russia. He said the supply of high-precision weapons to Ukraine for strikes on Russian territory is direct participation in this war, and again talked about Russia's nuclear capabilities. Does that concern you?
I've known him for over 40 years. He's concerned me for 40 years. He's not a decent man. He's a dictator, and he's struggling to make sure he holds this country together while still keeping this assault going. We're not talking about giving them weapons to strike Moscow, to strike the Kremlin, to strike just across the border where they're receiving significant fire from conventional weapons used by the Russians to go into Ukraine to kill Ukrainians.
All right. So again, that soundbite, you can really tell that you've got Joe Biden really tired, really gravelly. As I like to say, again, resting Biden face where, eyes are really squinty. He's almost got a Popeye thing going on.
Well, and I'm not making fun, but he's drooling. There is slobber on the corner of his mouth.
Yeah.
And I'm not making fun. It's just the fact.
And also a fact check, he's not been in power for 40 years.
Correct.
Late 90s at most.
For the record, 40 years ago, Vladimir Putin was 9 years into his 16-year career as a KGB agent. So if, Biden was hanging out with KGB agents, I think we have a bigger problem.
Yeah.
But the problem we have right now is that we have a president who is slobbering, half asleep, and barely coherent on national TV. And nowhere in the media, except for here, is anybody talking about this. Because to me, again, you can talk about the policy, and that's what I'm doing. I'm talking about the policy, but weaving in the fact that our commander-in-chief is half asleep, barely coherent, and slobbering on national television. And there is a moment, and I'm going to be able to get to this in the 6 o'clock hour. There was a moment where Biden was kind of looking for some help, some support from David Muir, and he didn't get it, and it turned into a really, really awkward moment. We're going to get into that in the 6 o'clock hour right here on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Also, by the way, coming up, apparently CNN is reporting, and we're going to tape this. We're not going to carry it live, but apparently Biden is going to, according to the headline from CNN, he is going to give a speech in Normandy about protecting democracy and defending democracy while he's in Normandy for the 80-year D-Day commemoration festivities, whatever it is that you want to call it, which is exactly what he did yesterday as well. So we've got a busy show ahead, 5:22 for a Friday. Ken Weaver, what's coming up at 5:30?
Well, some East Nashville residents say they're going to go to court to fight what they call invisible parking tickets from Nashville's Department of Transportation. A Tennessee U.S. Senator explains the vote not to codify contraception. Boeing finally made it to the space station at 5:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Ken. 5:23 Nashville's Morning News. Listen, friends, everyone's house is different, but they've all got the same things in one way. We've all got those places where the Wi-Fi just won't go. Now, for you, maybe it's the attic. For others, maybe it's their basement. Well, if you had wall-to-wall Wi-Fi from Xfinity, you could worry less about those dead spots and simply enjoy the internet. With wall-to-wall Wi-Fi from Xfinity, you get fast speeds throughout your home, reliable connections in every room, and power for all your devices, even when everyone is online, like is what's going on in my house. Now, that is wall-to-wall Wi-Fi only from Xfinity. And by the way, new customers learn how you can save $1,000 over T-Mobile in your first year with Connect Internet and Xfinity Mobile. Switch today. Call 1-800-XFINITY. Find them online, xfinity.com, or stop into a store today. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Compares promotional pricing for Xfinity Connect Internet and 2 unlimited plus mobile lines versus T-Mobile Home Internet and 2 Magenta plan lines. Equipment not included after promo. Regular rates apply.
The guaranteed offer is the easiest way to sell your home. It's really simple. We bring you an all-cash offer. You close in as little as 21 days. No home inspections, no lock boxes, no open houses. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer and start packing.
Hey, what's up, guys? This is Matt Murphy for Members Nutrition. I want to tell you about the Members Nutrition difference, and I want to encourage you to go over to the Members Nutrition website. Number one, they believe at Members Nutrition that they can sell vitamins and supplements at a lower cost point, and they're doing it every single day at membersnutrition.com. Number two, they want to make these products right here in the United States of America, not from some overseas company, and they do that every single day. I encourage you to go to membersnutrition.com. You'll get 50% off your purchase price at checkout. You don't have to put in any codes. Just go to membersnutrition.com. Once again, membersnutrition.com.
Hey, it's Dan Mandis, and I am so glad that California Closets has fixed my closet catastrophe. After exact measuring and planning, they came over and got to work. Yeah, once it was all plotted out on their 3D CAD system, the pieces are measured, cut, and precisely installed into my space. It was clean, fast, and professional, and above all, my new closets look and function great. Now, this was my dormer, and now this is my new dormer thanks to California Closets. Look at all of this added space for shirts and shoes, you name it, and it is cut so precisely, simply amazing. And my old closet that has now been reborn as the ultimate in style and functionability, making the best use of the space that I had. They can work on just about anything: bedrooms, garages, home offices, closets, pantries, and so much more. Find them online, CaliforniaClosets.com, and see what they can do for you. You can schedule a free design consultation. Mention my name, CaliforniaClosets.com.
.30 on the dot this Friday morning. I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories. Lots of sun today, but we are tracking some shower activity to come this weekend. We'll tell you about it during the full forecast and traffic in 5 minutes. Well, some East Nashville residents say they're going to fight what they say are invisible parking tickets from the Nashville Department of Transportation. Alex Wilfan telling News 2 he's among 10 of his neighbors in the Cleveland Park area who never got a ticket just a threatening letter in the mail for non-payment.
If payment is not received within 30 days, a parking warrant will be issued against you. Additional court cost, garnishment of wages, and or seizure of property may occur.
Now, News 2 says NDOT claims physical tickets were put on windshields of vehicles parked on the wrong side of the road, but NDOT says it can't speak to what may have happened afterward. Jenny Thayer, who got one of those threatening letters, tells News 2.
It would seem a little funny to me that 10 cars lost their tickets in a windstorm.
NDOT telling News 2 parking against the flow of traffic is against the law and a ticketable offense. Right now in our nation's capital, Senate Democrats put a bill up to codify access to birth control, but it failed yesterday. Tennessee U.S. Senator Marsha Blackburn voted against it because she says it isn't necessary, because contraception is legal and nothing is threatening access. And Democrats, she says, are trying to confuse and scare people. Blackburn even filed a proclamation affirming the right to contraception, which is co-sponsored by multiple Republican senators. Mission finally accomplished. After years of delays, the Boeing Starliner arrived at the International Space Station yesterday afternoon. On board, two experienced NASA astronauts, Butch Wilmore and Suni Williams, along with a housewarming gift.
First, at 11 p.m. Wednesday night, NASA posted online that 3 helium leaks were detected on the ship. They would eventually find one more.
The team did some incredible troubleshooting.
Then 5 of the ship's thrusters started malfunctioning, causing the Starliner to miss its initial window for docking at the ISS. Thankfully, they were able to get 4 of them back online.
And liftoff of Starliner.
Docking at about 1:30 p.m. Eastern on Thursday. And with it came a critical piece of cargo, a new pump that can turn wastewater into drinking water.
That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
Thank you, Ken. 532, the Glock store in Nashville. And I got to tell you, a week ago, last Saturday, we had the big open house, and I was approached by so many people who heard about the Glock store thanks to these commercials that came up thanking me for letting them know about the Glock store. These folks not only bought guns, but they also went through the training, which is exactly what I did with the Glock store. I bought my first gun at the Glock store, and I went through, I think it was about a year's worth of training at the Glock store as well. And I'm going to tell you, I really enjoyed my training at the Glock store. You will too. Those hundreds of people that showed up last Saturday at the Glock store celebrating their 4th annual open house, they all said the same thing. This is a great facility to buy a gun and also to train. You want to check it out. Remember, Father's Day is coming up. So if you've got a 2A loving dad, if you've got a 2A loving husband, you want to get get them a gun, maybe some accessories, maybe pay for some training. You can do all of that and so much more at the Glock store. Check them out, 1930 Airline Drive, 1930 Airlane Drive, just minutes from the airport and worth the drive from anywhere. 537, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Time for the Gang of Three Amigos. Jeff Malinoff is here. Hi, Jeff.
Hello.
Ken Weaver is here as well. Hello, Ken. How are we doing this morning?
Good morning, boys. Yeah.
So yesterday we had this great conversation. By the way, brought to you by My Patriot Supply, preparewithmandis.com. So yesterday, Ken and I had this great conversation about the mushroom coffee that was in the kitchen. Remember that? That was on the air, right, Ken?
It was on the air, Brother Dan.
Ken and I are so close that I don't even know the conversations we have on the air and off the air.
Yeah.
So I said, oh my gosh, I have some great mushroom coffee at home. I'll bring it in.
Right.
And so upon further realization, I realized that the mushroom coffee that Ken was drinking in the kitchen yesterday was actually my mushroom coffee that I had at home.
Yeah, you had already brought it in.
I think I'm getting Biden brain.
Either that or maybe you had too much of the mushroom coffee.
That's exactly right, Ken. So what actually happened is I had a bunch of that Rojo coffee that I did spots for like a couple of weeks. Very short thing.
Good stuff. Good
stuff. But I brought in a bunch of that, and I accidentally also brought in the mushroom coffee.
Yeah.
And so I finally realized that this morning, and I don't know who it was, but somebody absconded with my mushroom coffee.
Somebody took off with it.
With our mushroom coffee.
Yeah.
So there you go. Yeah.
It's gone. Well, it happened. It happened to be on a day, too, where there was scant amounts of coffee in the building. In fact, all we had were these pre-filtered packs of Folgers to use.
Yep.
So any coffee other than Folgers is going to disappear rather rapidly in a radio station.
Yes.
Because Folgers, I appreciate it, but it's not the best.
Well, maybe, Ken, what we need to do is we need to get a Nashville's Morning News coffee club, where it's just we have our own, big buckets of coffee, and at the end of the shift, we put it back in our lockers.
Can we shoot guns and light fires?
We could do that as well.
Okay, I'm in.
You want to, put on little loincloths and dance around a fire? We could do that too.
I don't want to do that. I just rather shoot guns and light fires.
You sure? Because you were all about belly dancing earlier in the week.
Well, belly dancing, that's something I don't do anymore.
Okay, good. You can throw out your back. We get to a certain age. Men of a certain age should not be belly dancing.
I keep getting requests for encores, and it's physically expiring.
It is embarrassing, isn't it? It is embarrassing.
No, it's expiring. It's physically taxing.
Oh, got it. Okay. And then your newscast will sound like Joe Biden. Oh, by the way, I will also say that this morning, when I'm looking for in the kitchen, I had a horrific episode this morning. This is what it's like to be married to me.
One of those flying spiders?
No, but I'm looking around. I do the same thing every morning. So I go upstairs. I come downstairs because Amy and I sleep in separate rooms. So I come downstairs, and I always shut the bedroom door to Amy's room.
Mm-hmm.
Well, this morning, guess who forgot to do that? And so I'm looking for the mushroom coffee because Ken and I had this whole thing about how I was going to bring in the mushroom coffee. And, I had forgotten to shut the door. So I've got my phone and I listen to music as I'm wandering about the house. I've got Bryan Adams playing in my back pocket and I'm opening and closing drawers and this kind of a thing. Amy comes out. And I immediately get this, shiver coming up my spine, oh, crap.
Woke everybody up, Brother Dan.
And so Amy comes out and she says, I can hear everything that you're doing. You forgot to shut the door, you nincompoop.
It's like getting cut with a knife.
And then that's the song that was playing in my back pocket. And so then... and I'm thinking, and so she's clearly scowling at me in a very tired way. And I'm thinking, oh, this is great. It can't get much worse than this. Riker comes out at that exact moment. I woke up and then the dog comes out. I literally woke up the entire house looking for that mushroom coffee. Now, the funny thing is, I'm sitting there and I'm thinking in my head, but I chose not to say it to my wife, but I'll say it to the audience that I love and respect so much. What's going through my head when the entire family very sleepily comes out, and I've clearly woken everybody up because I was too loud and I had Cuts Like a Knife playing in my back pocket and I forgot to shut the door. Well, now you know how I feel. Because they almost every night wake me up with some sort of hilarity or screaming in the house. It's like, Mommy, where's that Lego? I mean, it's just like all the time in my house. And I chose not to say it because I want to stay married, but maybe, just maybe I'll mention it sometime over the weekend. But strategically, so it doesn't interfere with any other weekend hijinks and shenanigans. Hey, it was Pat Sajak's last night on Wheel of Fortune.
Oh, I thought he had one more night.
I don't think so. I think it's already, if we do, it's already been taped.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
He was awesome.
He is.
He's still awesome. If you check out his Twitter, he's a good dude.
Pat Sajak on Twitter?
I believe, yeah, just check him out on Twitter.
Good.
He's a good dude.
I first started watching Pat Sajak back in 1985. My girlfriend and I at the time would watch Pat Sajak.
Really?
In 1985.
Yeah, they actually have clips of his very first Wheel of Fortune show. And, of course, now he's taped his last show. Maybe it aired last night. I'm not entirely certain. But, yeah. And so he's had a great run.
Well, do you remember the character that Martin Short played on Saturday Night Live, who was a huge Pat Sajak fan?
I do remember that, actually.
Ed Grimley Jr.?
Yes. Ed Grimley
I must
Jr.
say.
I will say, though, that I don't know if Family Feud, or I should say Wheel of Fortune.
Whoa.
Not one of my favorite game shows. One of my favorite game shows was Family Feud.
Yeah, I like Wheel of Fortune.
Richard Dawson, a little creepy, though.
Yeah.
Like, I always thought that the whole kissing of the contestants thing was just a little weird.
Yeah, that's what you did in the late 70s and early 80s.
Different time.
If you were Richard Dawson, yes. Absolutely right. Just feels a little weird.
I always wished I could kiss my 5th grade teacher. Freaking loved her. Whew, she was...
5th grade? You were thinking about kissing older women?
Absolutely.
In 5th grade?
Yes.
What is that, 12?
No, 5th grade is like 10.
Yeah.
Oh, I started late. That's why I'm thinking.
Okay,
Because I was
listen.
13 in 6th grade.
Man, my 5th grade teacher was gorgeous.
Really?
Whew.
You ever think about looking her up?
You know what? I haven't. I should do that.
Mine was my friend's mom, so I don't think I could. Just the bro code.
Yeah, I wouldn't go.
Shout out to Amani. Amani's mom, Miss Sandoval.
Do you know what's so funny? I'm sitting here trying to think if I ever was hot for teacher.
Boy, I was, man.
Go ahead and
Mrs.
quote some
Hodges.
Van Halen.
Man, did you hear that?
we just
they're
have an
blasting
earthquake?
somewhere. I think they're blasting
This
in
happened,
the Gulch
yeah.
again.
I mean, just for folks on the radio, we always, in the 5 o'clock hour, the last couple of days, there have been these massive blasts. And it always happens when we're on the radio. And I have flashbacks of being in L.A. when we used to have earthquakes and they'd happen out of nowhere. And it kind of sounds like the same thing.
We did have a power outage. I think, was it yesterday?
We had a couple of
or was
power
it
outages
Wednesday?
we've been a couple of times this week. We've been on the
Just a
air
quick
and
shut
the
off on.
lights have just, the entire building goes out. And it's, first thing you got to do is make sure that you're still on the air.
Thankfully, no issues with airtime, at least.
No, thank God for our engineering staff here. But anyway, so
we've gone from Richard Dawson kissing contestants to my hot 5th grade teacher to construction blasts in the Gulch.
Well, that was not that wasn't the topic. The topic, it happened. That's why we had to talk about it.
I don't think I had any hots for my teachers when I was younger. I don't think that I did.
I had like 2 women teachers. The rest were men.
Yeah.
So I had slim pickings there.
Yeah.
By the way, who is the new, so is Wheel of Fortune clearly is not going off the air?
No, it's not. It's Ryan Seacrest is the new
That's
host.
right, Ryan Seacrest.
Are you kidding? Seriously?
It's 100% Ryan Seacrest.
Enough with Ryan Seacrest. Good Lord.
So
Is there...
American Idol, Wheel of Fortune, was he on like X Factor 2, I think?
I don't know.
He's been on like 17
and isn't
different
he-
shows.
Well, he was on with, what's her name? Kelly in the morning.
Oh, that's right. That's what he was
I
on,
think
the
he's still
morning show.
doing that.
Nope. he
No,
was not.
she's.
It's her husband.
It's her husband now.
Yeah, he's actually a pretty cool dude. I like that guy.
Listen, I like Ryan Seacrest. It's just the dude's everywhere.
He also has a radio show, I think, too, for Sirius.
Oh, yes, he does. No,
yeah.
it's not for Sirius. For iHeart.
iHeart?
Yeah, they. Should I say that? No, I'm not going to do it. All right. So anyway, congratulations to Ryan Seacrest. Moving on.
I wonder if Pat Sajak's going to retire here in Nashville. You know he's from Nashville.
Yeah,
By the
I
way,
do.
he has aged incredibly well.
Did you say
dude,
that Pat
looks
Sajak
great.
is he
Yeah.
going to retire to Nashville?
I wonder.
He does. Yeah, he grew up here, so I wouldn't be surprised.
Oh my gosh!
He's
Can
a
you
lot of people
imagine
do.
getting Pat Sajak as a fill-in host on WTN?
That would be great.
Don't get my hopes up.
That would be unbelievable.
Oh, my hopes are up now.
He'd walk in here and be like,
The hell was this?
"How far have I fallen?"
Oh,
Anyway.
I'm sure he's going to sit on his stack of millions of dollars that he's accumulated over the years. I think he'll be fine.
You know what? I'd ask him if we can, can we borrow money to upgrade our studio? That's what I would ask Pat Sajak. Anyway, good luck to Ryan Seacrest. Hey, real quick, this is going to be uncomfortable, but I'm going to make it uncomfortable for all of us. A couple things. So, have you seen the Miss Maryland USA? She is a man pretending to be a woman. Does anybody really pay attention to these beauty pageants anymore?
I don't.
I mean, let's just be honest. Because you've got Miss Maryland USA, who is a dude pretending to be a woman, and you've got all of these contestants pretending to smile and clap around dude that is pretending to be a woman. That's number one. And number two, Miss Alabama is plus-sized, to say the least. So Miss Alabama, I think she looks to be about, I don't know, what would you say, young Jeff? She's about 350, 400 pounds. Is that what you would call?
I don't want to put this on the air, but yeah.
She's very large.
I want. She
And so the
she
picture
is a heavier variety.
Heavier variety? She looks like a piano.
Goodness.
I want a career after this. Like this.
Listen. No, I'm not fat shaming, but I'm saying it's just these. If we're changing the beauty pageants, fine. I've never.
I broke Ken.
Anyway.
But no,
it's just she's okay. She's
I
very
understand
large.
the clapping though. I understand the awkward clapping because I think people just don't want to be because especially with social media nowadays, people will.
I'm not
crosshairs on that purpose if they
Listen.
don't clap.
It's not supposed to be about looks. It's supposed to be about character.
It's a beauty pageant. Well, then stop calling. Then what do you call them other than beauty pageants?
Well,
I mean, listen. I don't
she's
care.
not ugly.
I think you just call it pageant now. I don't
Do
think
they just call them pageants
They
now?
just call them Miss America.
Okay,
is just
whatever.
called Miss America pageant.
So you sit there and you look at all the other, and it's the same thing as Miss Maryland, right? So you look at all.
I got to look at Miss Maryland now.
So you look at all of these.
Miss.
You look at all of the contestants
waiting.
that are surrounding Miss Alabama.
I'm waiting for his reaction.
And again, everybody's all just clapping for Miss Alabama.
Bailey Ann Maryland.
Yeah, that's Miss
the
Bailey
Maryland.
trans
Ann.
woman. Alabama is the
Alabama
hefty
is
woman.
Sarah Milliken, 23 years old.
She's 23.
Yeah. I mean, listen, I'm not bashing her for being overweight. I mean, listen, everybody knows that I've had problems with my weight as well. I don't really understand. If we're not calling them beauty pageants anymore, then fine, whatever. And it is all in the eye of the beholder. I understand that.
So Miss Maryland is a dude.
So Miss Maryland is a dude.
Okay.
And Miss Alabama is, people are calling her an unhealthy embarrassment. Whatever.
I understand the glorifying obesity statement. I do understand that part.
Yeah, that's what people are saying. Glorifying obesity, glorifying unhealthiness. Other people just don't understand. Whatever.
Hold on. Someone just commented, all in the eye of the beer holder. It's a great one. That's good. Summer P, well done. That's a good one.
One guy says, great to finally, this is on the Daily Mail article. Guy says, great to finally not see some 100-pound blonde hair, blue eyes who wants world peace win. Congratulations to Alabama and this queen. Okay. I don't know.
Yeah, I can tell that Maryland dude is a dude.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
All right.
Yeah, you can tell that.
Whatever. I should probably move on now.
Yeah.
Are people
Beauty
like
is in the
crucifying
eye
me
of
on
the beer
the
holder.
Let's see. What
people
else
might be
people have said.
crucifying me. I don't.
Not too bad.
You got to call it out. It's like you've got like 30 women that are.
People are more on your side. People are just like, what's happening to America?
You got like 30 women who are just. I sound like a male chauvinist pig, but you've got 30 women who are surrounding this one woman who's got to be like 400 pounds. And it's just like, do people not see what I see? and okay, whatever. It's all fine. It's all good. Hey, Jeff, what else you got?
I got something less.
Please, somebody else talk.
Yeah, okay. This week is the 50th anniversary of 10-cent beer night in Cleveland Stadium.
Yeah, we did a story on that earlier this week.
Yeah. Yes.
That worked out well.
Yes, it was one of the most horrific events in basically the history of any sport. You know what's funny? I was like doing research on this. They had Nickel Beer Day in 1971, 3 years before this.
Yeah.
Which did not have any issues. But unfortunately, before this game, the Cleveland Indians at the time, the Guardians now, and the Texas Rangers had a game beforehand. And they were in Texas, and they got into a massive brawl. There were some cheap shots happening, and people in Cleveland were not happy with Texas. So having this game with Texas was that's when it went downhill.
Wow.
The ninth inning, it's tied 5-5. The ninth inning.
Is that why they don't sell beer after the seventh inning?
Yes. This is basically the reason why. And it got so bad, people were just so... Drunk isn't even the word, just...
They were hammered.
Absolutely hammered. The word I can't use on air. That's how bad they were. They ran onto the field and just started. A riot happened. A riot ensued. I think it started in this crowd and it overflowed of fighting and destroying everything
in Cleveland
onto the field. To a point where I believe it was the Texas manager said to his players on the bench, grab some bats, we're getting out of here. And basically use them to defend themselves against this incredibly drunken sea of people.
Cleveland people.
To a point where the game ended. They had to end the game because there was no way they're getting this crowd out of here.
Didn't Cleveland have to forfeit?
They had to forfeit a tied 5-5 game in the ninth inning.
Yeah. That's funny.
9 fans were arrested for disorderly conduct.
Drunken Clevelanders.
By the way, I like Cleveland people.
Oh, I
Very blue collar.
But just imagine you're in the MLB, you're like a third baseman. You're on your left, you're seeing maybe some commotion, you're ignoring it because it's the ninth inning, and all of a sudden they're coming after you. All of a sudden you just see people running and flailing their arms and looking
hot dogs. Yeah, one dude in the excerpt we played said he probably had he probably got pelted with 15 pounds of hot dogs that night. He was a center fielder.
No food was consumed, only beer.
All right, 5:55. Ken Weaver, what's coming up in the news at 6?
Well, a group of East Nashville residents say they got letters in the mail threatening wage garnishment, property seizure for not paying parking tickets. They claim they never got. We'll tell you what Nashville is saying about that. Nashville Department of Transportation. Coming up at 6 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories. It's 6 o'clock, and Channel 4 is showing images of a very destructive house fire in Antioch this morning where apparently a family of 5 escaped unharmed. Good thing, too, because a good part of this house on Countryside Drive there in Antioch looks to be completely destroyed. Got the full forecast and traffic coming up in 5 minutes. Tennessee officials are responding to a TikTok video that shows concrete missing and rebar exposed on a bridge in Gallatin. Channel 4 says this is Nashville Pike Bridge over Old Hickory Lake. The video has more than 1 million views, but TDOT says it checked that bridge out, says it's safe.
We know that it's really just the surface concrete. It's not something deep. It's not under a beam that's carrying the load. But the other thing is we do appreciate the public notifying us of when they do see something of concern to give us that chance to look at it again in case we did miss something.
That's a bridge engineer who says that bridge passed inspection in October. Some East Nashville residents say they plan to fight the Nashville Department of Transportation over what they call invisible parking tickets. News 2 says nearly a dozen people who parked in the Cleveland Park area claim they got letters in the mail threatening fines, wage garnishment, and property seizure for non-payment. NDOT tells News 2 they can confirm physical tickets were placed on those vehicles, but they can't speak as to what may have happened after that. Jenny Thayer says she never got a physical ticket. She's skeptical of what NDOT says.
It would seem a little funny to me that 10 cars lost their tickets in a windstorm.
And her neighbor Alex Wilfan says he's ready to fight.
I just feel like we're starting to live in Candyland where we hand out invisible tickets and scare people into paying them.
Well, NDOT telling News 2 parking against the flow of traffic is against the law and it is a ticketable offense. Women in Tennessee being called to join a nationwide strike later this month to rally for reproductive freedom, gender equality, and action against gender-based violence. Organizers want women to stay home from work, school, and to not buy anything. Protest with your pocketbook, if you will. Channel 4 says women in Tennessee asked to meet at the state capitol around 8 o'clock on the morning of June 24th. They're going to be there until around 10 o'clock that night. Market Numbers Report brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. Here's Jim Ryan.
Major stock indexes were mixed at the end of Thursday's trading. The Dow rose 79 points to close at 38,886. The S&P and Nasdaq dipped fractionally from Wednesday's record highs, nudged down by falling tech, utility, and industrial sectors. The latest jobs report comes out today. The data could provide new signs the labor market is easing. That could provide impetus for the Federal Reserve to begin cutting interest rates sometime later this year. YouTube was flooded with deep fake versions of Elon Musk on Thursday, with scammers hoping to dupe space lovers who were trying to catch the latest launch of SpaceX's Starship rocket into buying cryptocurrency. It isn't clear how many viewers might have been duped. Starbucks will partner with Grubhub to deliver beverages in select U.S. markets starting this month. The company hopes to reach customers who are increasingly opting to eat and drink coffee at home. Delivery will begin in Pennsylvania, Colorado, and Illinois, and then go nationwide by August.
All right, let's check futures ahead of this morning's opening bell on Wall Street. Dow futures are down 18, S&P flat, NASDAQ up 11. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
6:08, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. My favorite meme of the day. We've got a very confused-looking Joe Biden. It says the party that says a guy can win the Miss America contest wants to control misinformation on the internet. So true. So very true. Earlier in the broadcast, we were talking about resting Biden face. If you look at some of the videos that are out there today of President Biden during the ceremonies for D-Day, 80 years since D-Day in France, he looks perpetually confused. But more than that, and there's an interview that I pulled with audio with David Muir where Biden just sounds sleepy. And if you watch the video, Biden, his eyes are so squinted, it's like he's getting ready to fall asleep. And his voice is so gravelly. And so it was a very, reasonably speaking, it was a very short interview. And you could just tell the difference between Joe Biden and, say, for example, Donald Trump. Now, what is not misinformation is this breaking news. President Biden has unveiled another $225 million military aid package to Ukraine because it just never stops. CNN reporting today in a Normandy speech, Joe Biden is going to make the case for democracy in a speech upcoming here in the next couple of hours. I don't know when that's supposed to be. CNN is reporting that is going to begin soon. I mean, yesterday we were on the air and we heard the president, and he was once again talking about democracy because that's all he ever talks about is protecting democracy. You know, the party that is trying to always talk about, and I'm air quoting here, protecting democracy, they're the ones that have been destroying democracy with their lawfare. And don't forget, they also tried to pull Donald Trump off the ballot in various states across the country. So the more that the president speaks, the more BS we hear. But I want to play this audio. I played some of it in the 5 o'clock hour. Most of the audience actually comes crushing in at the 6 o'clock hour. So I'm gonna play a couple more of these audio bites. I'm also going to go over a couple of other things. Hillary Clinton sent out a tweet yesterday that was so incredibly tone deaf, and also Donald Trump gave his interview to Dr. Phil, and I've got some good audio bites from that as well. And the comparing and the contrasting between Joe Biden and Donald Trump and their respective interviews, it is incredible. And by the way, don't tell me, because somebody tried to argue with me yesterday after I got off the air. Well, Joe Biden, he spent, I don't know how long it takes to fly. Maybe, young Jeff, can you look up, how long does it take to fly from Washington, D.C. to France? I mean, it's got to be a really long flight. And so somebody says, well, Biden had a long flight. Oh, please. Defending why the president looks and sounds so tired and why yesterday's performance by Joe Biden was such a train wreck. Well, the man was tired. You do know that he's got an entire plane where he's got a bedroom and a full kitchen and a full bathroom, and he can sleep for the entire, how long?
So it's at least 7 hours and 30 minutes.
He can sleep for the entire 7 hours and 30 minutes if he so chooses on Air Force One. And then, by the way, he also called a lid the second they landed. So he had, at least a day's worth of sleep if he wanted to. But anyway, whatever. Arguing with idiots is something I've grown accustomed to. Moving on. So Joe Biden, he had this interview with David Muir, and there's this thing I'm calling resting Biden face. Eyes are really squinted. Mouth is turned into a frown, and he is just, voice is really low and gravelly and sleepy and tired. And so they were talking about a number of different things, including immigration. I want to play this for you. David Muir talking about immigration. What's great about this is that this turns really awkward. I want you to listen close.
You bring up your opponent, Donald Trump. He has said of your executive action, he's pretending to finally do something about the border. but it's all about show. He says we have a debate coming up. Biden's executive order is weak and pathetic.
Is he describing himself? Weak and pathetic?
It was like he says that to David Muir, and I think that Biden was expecting Muir to sort of laugh it off and say, yeah, right, whatever. But Muir, he sits there and he is stone-faced looking at Biden.
Biden's executive order is weak and pathetic.
Is he describing himself? Weak and pathetic? Come on. Look, everybody knows what's happened. We had a deal. It was much broader than this, much better, much more accepted across the board. And he got on the phone and told the Republicans, don't support it.
So, again, as I was saying in the 5 o'clock hour, what's frustrating about these interviews is there's so much lack of context. Because, number one, there is no... Isn't this what the Democrats and the media like to say about people who talk about, I'm going to air quote this, conspiracy theories, when Joe Biden says that Donald Trump got on the phone with his Republican buddies and told them not to approve the deal because it would be good for Biden and bad for Donald Trump in the upcoming election. Is there any evidence of that? Do they have phone records of Donald Trump calling these folks? Now, clearly, Donald Trump did say that this was a bad deal for America, which this immigration deal is a bad deal for America. So was the executive orders. So the deal that came out of the Senate wasn't nearly tough enough on closing the border and protecting our border. And so that's why the House Republicans said, no, we're not going to approve this. And that's why Donald Trump said that this is a bad deal. It wasn't because it would be bad for him and good for Joe Biden. It would have been bad for America. As you know, and I've spoken about this ad nauseum, the House had a much better deal, H.R. 2, that Chuck Schumer in the Senate simply would not even bring up for conversation. And so the longer you look at these deals and the longer you hear Joe Biden talk as he's trying to sell his executive order, the more you realize how full of BS he is. And Biden also saying, well, I wanted this all to be done legislatively. I finally, just a few months before the election, decided to pull the trigger on an executive order. Everyone in America that actually pays attention knows that the president is BSing. Oh, there's more. 6:16. Time to check the roads on WTN. Thank you very much. As far as your weather for today, a high of 83 and sunny. On Saturday, a high of 83, a little cloudy. On Sunday, a high of 81 and possible showers as well. Right now, 62 degrees at Super Talk 99.7 WTN. I'm right, though, about Biden's voice. I mean, I know that we're focusing on a couple of different things here in this interview between Joe Biden and David Muir in France, but what they're talking about is, important stuff. But when you listen to the president's voice, you can tell that he's extremely tired. He's run down. And as I'm saying, it's like resting Biden face. The eyes are almost closed. His mouth is, sort of pointing downward. It's like resting B face, only it's resting Biden face. And he looks incredibly tired. And so then Muir asked him about the Trump trial.
What do you think the American people should make of this? How important do you think this conviction should be in this race for president?
That's for the public to decide. But one thing for certain is stop undermining the rule of law.
Wow.
Stop undermining the institutions. That's what this whole effort is. All the MAGA Republicans are coming out saying this was a fix. This was a jury that this was a judge that set up to get Trump. There's no evidence of any of that. None. He's trying to undermine it. Look, he got a fair trial. The jury spoke like they speak in all cases, and it should be respected.
Do you think Donald Trump got a fair trial? You have a jury that is from, deep blue, progressive, anti-Donald Trump country, New York. That's number one. Number two, when you heard the president say, well, there's no evidence that this judge is anti-Donald Trump or was out to get Donald Trump, there is plenty of evidence for that. So that's, and I mean, at the risk of repeating myself, we've covered this extensively, where the president should know, but obviously he doesn't know. But Judge Merchan, his daughter, works for Democrats. She is a Democrat strategist. So that's number one. Number two, the way that this trial was executed by Judge Merchan, it was clear that he was, as I like to say, and I mean, every legal expert that's out there that is progressive has even said that this judge executed and ran this trial with a foregone conclusion that Donald Trump would be found guilty. But see, again, not to belabor the point, but that is the problem with these network interviews with the likes of David Muir is, you know, he's got these questions that the president answers, and, you know, it's like, hold on, let me get my press release out. What is it? What am I supposed to say again? And there's no context. And the president's answers are accepted at face value. And I guess that's the beauty and the greatness of talk radio and, you know, some of the various cable outlets and news outlets and so forth, that at least we are able to give the proper context of Biden's answers, whether it is on immigration, whether it is on the Trump trial, or the fact that the president has now decided that it is okay for America to send missiles and other weaponry to be utilized inside of Russia, which is a lot of people are saying, including yours truly, that it's like Biden is sleepwalking us into World War III. And that is a very big deal, and that is a very big issue. And so when you look at what's going on with the president, gravelly voiced, we talked about this in the 5 o'clock hour, how utterly confused the president was as he was at that ceremony yesterday dealing with and commemorating the 80th anniversary of D-Day. He was confused. He gets out of the car. If you haven't seen the videos, he gets out of the car. He doesn't know where to go. No one is leading him by the hand. He's looking around. His eyes are squinty. His mouth is turned downward, and he is just utterly confused. He's up on stage with his wife, Jill, and he is trying to sit down. There's either no chair there or the chair is further back than he wanted. Then somebody, Jill, told him, because if you see the video, she I tweeted this out, she puts her hand to her mouth, and I think she is clearly telling Joe, no, it's not time to sit down. You need to stand. But then he bends at the knees, and people are like, is he suffering from incontinence? And then he leaves the stage. And the whole thing is just weird. I get the very strong feeling that for President Joe Biden, this is his last trip abroad, but we'll have to wait and see what happens. But coming up, we're going to compare and contrast. We're going to compare and contrast Joe Biden's audio with Donald Trump's audio. That's number one. And number two, the American people have spoken on drug tests before their upcoming debate. Going to talk about that and a whole lot more straight ahead on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. 6:22 on Nashville's Morning News. Dan Mandis here. One of the big issues that can impact your home and your health is mold. Now, lucky for you, United Structural Systems, they're offering you $500 for the best mold treatment available today. They've got a certified team that will locate that mold in your crawl space and get rid of it permanently. And right now they're offering you $500 off as well, because USS is always looking out for you. They're home to their 3-step RTE process. They remove the mold, they treat the area so it doesn't come back, and then they encapsulate your crawl space to keep it dry and mold-free. You know that stuff comes back without the right treatment. USS makes sure that it won't, and right now that process is $500 $500 off any mold treatment full solution. Breathe easier and spend wisely with USS and their $500 off mold treatment special just for listeners to WTN. They'll also, by the way, inspect your foundation while they're at it. So call them today, United Structural Systems. You can always find them online. It's USSTN.com. That's USSTN.com. It is 6:23 on Nashville's Morning News. Ken Weaver, what's coming up in the news?
Hear from residents who claim Nashville is threatening wage garnishment and more for what these residents say are invisible parking tickets. Codifying birth control shot down in the U.S. Senate. 24 people crammed into a hidden trailer compartment. But that's not all at 6:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
The guaranteed offer is the easiest way to sell your home. It's really simple. We bring you an all-cash offer. You close in as little as 21 days. No home inspections, no lock boxes, no open houses. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer and start packing.
Hey, what's up, guys? This is Matt Murphy for Members Nutrition. I want to tell you about the Members Nutrition difference, and I want to encourage you to go over to the Members Nutrition website. Number one, they believe at Members Nutrition that they can sell vitamins and supplements at a lower cost point, and they're doing it every single day at membersnutrition.com. Number two, they want to make these products right here in the United States of America, not from some overseas company, and they do that every single day. I encourage you to go to membersnutrition.com. You'll get 50% off your purchase price at checkout. You don't have to put in any codes. Just go to membersnutrition.com. Once again, membersnutrition.com.
Hey, it's Dan Mandis, and I am so glad that California Closets has fixed my closet catastrophe. After exact measuring and planning, they came over and got to work. Yeah, once it was all plotted out on their 3D CAD system, the pieces are measured, cut, and precisely installed into my space. It was clean, fast, and professional, and above all, my new closets look and function great. Now, this was my dormer, and now this is my new dormer thanks to California Closets. Look at all of this added space for shirts and shoes, you name it, and it is cut so precisely, simply amazing. And my old closet that has now been reborn as the ultimate in style and functionality, making the best use of the space that I had. They can work on just about anything: bedrooms, garages, home offices, closets, pantries, and so much more. Find them online, CaliforniaClosets.com, and see what they can do for you. You can schedule a free design consultation. Mention my name, CaliforniaClosets.com. .628 Nashville's Morning News on WTN News with Ken Weaver is coming up next. Big news from my friends at Window Nation. They've got a great deal right now to save you money. Now, you know, this is the company that is really my window company. They came by about a year and a half ago, maybe a couple of years now. But they put brand new windows in my downstairs basement studio. Next is going to be the kitchen and bedroom. This is a company that I am proud to endorse because I use them personally. And yes, they are a great company. And right now, a great deal for you. They're offering you the Dan deal. 50% off of all windows, along with 0% interest for 5 years, plus an additional bonus savings offer when you schedule an appointment right now. 866-90 is the phone number, 866-90-NATION. They are trying to save you money, a ton of money, actually. So hurry. Get 50% off all windows plus 0% interest for 5 years and a bonus savings offer when you schedule your appointment today. Listen, friends, if you're thinking about getting windows, call my window company. That is Window Nation. 866-90-NATION is the phone number, 866-90-NATION. That website is windownation.com.
6:30 on the dot this Friday morning. I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories. Lots of sun on the way today. Humidity's going to stay down, but could see some changes tomorrow. We'll tell you about it during the full forecast and traffic in 5 minutes. Right now, some East Nashville residents say they're going to fight the Nashville Department of Transportation over what the residents call invisible parking tickets. Alex Wilfand telling News 2 he's among 10 of his neighbors in the Cleveland Park area who never got a parking ticket, just a threatening letter in the mail for non-payment.
If payment is not received within 30 days, a parking warrant will be issued against you. Additional court cost, garnishment of wages, and or seizure of property may occur.
Now, News 2 says NDOT claims it can confirm physical tickets were put on those windshields of vehicles parked on the wrong side of the road. But NDOT says it cannot speak to what may have happened to those tickets afterward. Jenny Thayer, who got a letter telling News 2.
It would seem a little funny to me that 10 cars lost their tickets in a windstorm.
NDOT telling News 2 parking against the flow of traffic is against the law and a ticketable offense. Right now in our nation's capital, Senate Democrats put a bill to codify Congress to birth control up for a vote yesterday, and it failed. Tennessee U.S. Senator Marsha Blackburn voted against it because she says it's not necessary because contraception's legal and nothing is threatening access. And she says Democrats are just trying to confuse and scare people. Blackburn even filed a proclamation affirming the right to contraception, which is co-sponsored by multiple Republican senators. And listen to what the sheriff in San Antonio, Texas, says deputies found in a human smuggling bust. 26 people crammed into a hidden compartment of a trailer and much more.
We actually found several bulletproof vests, as well as long rifles that were used. I don't know if any of those rifles were automatic or semi-automatic, but it is quite possible. I mean, obviously, those are natural things to find in a smuggling operation like this. Clearly cartel related.
He says some of the people crammed into that secret compartment had to be treated for injuries, but they're expected to survive. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
Thank you, Ken. 632, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Yes, I am actually a customer of most of the clients that I endorse, including Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. I have been a Beehive member for, I think it's been about 10 years. They have fixed my air conditioners. They have put in new air conditioners for me as well. This is a great company that I'm proud to endorse because they know the times are tough and they don't want the cost of things to interfere with your comfort this summer. So right now, Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, they're offering some great financing right now. Up to 12 months, no interest, no payment with approved credit. They've also got some great deals going on right now. Free air duct cleaning, fogging, and UV light home treatment with the purchase of select new units. Plumbing specials too, $500 off select tankless water heaters and $500 off upright S&C water heaters as well. And by the way, if you need some repair work done on that AC unit, we're going to waive the $89 dispatch fee on any repair or new installation. Listen, being a Beehive member is important because you save money over the long run by maintaining your system along the way. They are your Root Pro partner. Call them, tell them Dan told you to reach out. 615-775-7833. 615-775-7833. You can find them online. BusyBeeHVAC.com. Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, your Root Pro partner.
After that, he went berserk. They say he still haunts theaters around the world.
3 eyes, green hair, long orange horns, and big, long, ugly fangs. Horrible man, horrible. 3 eyes, green hair, long orange horns, and big, long, ugly fangs.
They say he still haunts theaters around the world.
3 eyes, green. Three eyes, green.
.636 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to you, friends. You know, we were talking earlier about Joe Biden and resting Biden face, where he just looks confused, eyes really squinty, and his mouth in a perpetual frown. And so people are sort of chiming in on the Members Nutrition Super Text line as to what resting Biden face reminds them of. And if you're just joining us, check out the interview that Biden did with David Muir that aired last night. And so people are saying a few things. Number one, they're saying that Joe Biden, everybody keeps mentioning Walter, which is a puppet for, is it Jeff?
Jeff Dunham.
Jeff Dunham. Jeff Dunham has a puppet named Walter, but it really is Joe Biden. Listen to this.
What did you do? I fell up a flight of the stairs. 3 times in 10 seconds. First senator to ever do that, President.
And you know what? Here's the sad part. The sad part is that the puppet sounds actually more coherent than the President of the United States. I mean, I know you people are thinking it. I'm just going to say it. I mean, that's number one. And then number two, people are talking about the 2 Muppets, Slater and Waldorf. Now, it's been years since I've seen any of the Muppet Show and all this kind of stuff, but these are the 2 old guys that are in the balcony. And I will tell you that one of them actually does look a little bit like Joe Biden, and they kind of sound like Biden.
I think it should be declared a mistrial.
What do you mean, miss? He hit every one of them.
So, I mean, you could say that both of those characters actually sound more coherent than Joe Biden. And so and I played the audio of Biden's interview with David Muir in the previous segment. We're going to move on now to, well, let's see, Biden has not started speaking yet. I'm watching CNN. And so there is breaking news. If you missed me mention this before, President Biden has unveiled a new $225 million military aid package for Ukraine because it just never stops. The president yesterday, of course, as you know, he's going to have a big speech coming up here in the next, hour or two, where he is going to utilize D-Day, 80 years since D-Day, to try to take out a political opponent. Donald Trump is going to talk about preserving and protecting democracy. You know exactly where that's going to go. He already did this yesterday.
Let us be worthy of their sacrifice. Let us be the generation that when history is written about our time, in 10, 20, 30, 50, 80 years from now, it'll be said, when the moment came, we met the moment. We stood strong. Our alliances were made stronger. We saved democracy in our time as well.
Yeah, and so everybody knows, and we talked about this extensively yesterday, so I don't need to, retrace too much from yesterday's radio broadcast. But it's obvious that he's talking about Donald Trump. Some people said, well, he's talking about Vladimir Putin. No, he's talking about Donald Trump. But he can say that he was talking about Vladimir Putin because, that was the context of the discussion. But, here's headlines. Biden says Americans won't surrender to bullies in D-Day speech as election fight with Donald Trump looms. President Joe Biden gave a fiery speech about D-Day that called on Americans to remember the lessons of World War II and a call to protect democracy that echoed his repeated warnings about former President Donald Trump. I mean, isn't that what Biden has been saying all along? Is we got to protect democracy, et cetera, while they themselves are attacking democracy. I don't need to go through that yet again. They do talk about a number of different things that has been going on over the past 24 hours. Hillary Clinton, very quickly, she sends out this tweet, highly politicized and politicizing D-Day with a post that has angered a lot of people, especially a lot of military people. She posted this, Hillary Clinton, 80 years ago today, thousands of brave Americans fought to protect democracy on the shores of Normandy. This November, all we have to do is vote. Response, as you can imagine, from the Daily Mail and others, response was quick and harsh. One user posting just pure evil, comparing the sacrifices of those who died to defeat Hitler and retake Europe to Democrats voting against Donald Trump. That is sick and disgusting. Conservative political pundit Ben Shapiro, our own Ben Shapiro, wrote, what an enormously stupid and vile comment. Donald Trump is not Hitler. Well, just ask the Democrats, because they do believe that the former president is Hitler. Voting is not storming a beach under a hail of machine gun fire to free millions from the tyranny of the Nazis. Very true. They're comparing storming the beaches of Normandy on D-Day to voting against Donald Trump. People talking about how disrespectful it is. This is Senator Marsha Blackburn tweeting out how disrespectful to our World War II heroes who faced unimaginable fear with immense courage 80 years ago today. That was, again, Senator Blackburn on Twitter. And finally, combat veteran and author Sean Parnell did not hold back in his post. Holy crap, I despise these people. It is impossible to capture just how loathsome a comment this is. But, you can't be surprised at this behavior, can you? I'm always kind of surprised when people are surprised at the depths that Democrats will stoop to attack Donald Trump. I mean, we see evidence of that every single day. So, no, it's not surprising. By the way, very quickly, and then I'm going to play some great Donald Trump audio. He is making the rounds. And this is what I'm going to do after the traffic, is we are going to compare and contrast what Joe Biden sounds like, and frankly, the substance as well, to what Donald Trump sounds like. I mean, Biden has one interview with David Muir, very short, lacking in context, almost no follow-up questions. Donald Trump, long-form interviews with Dr. Phil and Sean Hannity and Will Cain. And we're talking about like hour-long interviews. I mean, these are long interviews that the former president is giving. Now, there's a debate coming up, and it is coming up on June 27th. By the way, we're trying to put together a listener watch party for the 27th, so if you'd like to go, keep that evening open. Voters overwhelmingly supporting drug tests for both Donald Trump and Joe Biden at the upcoming debates. And that was from earlier this week. So clearly the American people understand that Joe Biden has issues, and there are times when he does seem a little more amped up than usual. And former President Donald Trump demanding a drug test. No, I don't think that's going to be, where the former president's line in the sand is. But the American people understand that, there are times when Joe Biden, he's far, far more robust than most of the time. Donald Trump in the interview with Dr. Phil and Sean Hannity, both audio straight ahead on Super Talk 99.7, 645. Time to check the roads. Thank you very much. As far as your weather today, 83 and sunny. Right now it's 62 as far as your weekend goes. High of 83 on Saturday with some clouds, and on Sunday, a high of 81 and some possible rain. Again, appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News. Donald Trump. Now, for the life of me, I cannot figure out, and Chris Hand and I were talking about this yesterday, where a lot of conservative warriors took to social media to attack Sean Hannity because they say that Hannity pressed too hard on Trump and this notion of retribution. And, for me, I watched the interview. Chris watched the interview. I heard Murphy's show yesterday say the same thing. Matt didn't notice Hannity pushing too hard. But can I just say this to my conservative brethren? It helps our side when our side pushes our side. So, for example, you don't want Sean Hannity to look like Joe Scarborough, because Joe Scarborough, very rarely does he or anybody else on MSNBC hold their own accountable. And so we don't want to be the party, the Republican Party, the conservatives. We don't want to be the party where we're afraid to hold each other accountable. I mean, that's what we should be doing, quite frankly, because the Democrats, they don't hold themselves accountable, and you know that. And you complain about that all the time, just like I do. So while I had no issues with the Sean Hannity questioning of Donald Trump regarding revenge and retribution, I wouldn't have a problem if Hannity did ask tough questions of Donald Trump. That's what we're supposed to do as a party. Because not only does that build honesty within the Republican Party, within our party, it builds honesty, but it also builds credibility. And the former president said this is no time for revenge. I want to get through some of this audio very quickly. He was on with Dr. Phil, and he asked him about this notion, again, of retribution, which Donald Trump has said time and time again. It is about winning the election and America's unifying over that success.
What if when you win this and you said, enough is enough, too much is too much, this is a race to the bottom, and it stops here, it stops now. They've made a half a dozen or more major attempts to take you off the playing board, and you just said, it stops now. I am moving forward. I'm not playing the retribution game. It stops with me, it stops here. What if you took that approach?
I'm okay with that. I am. I'm okay with that.
I mean, look, Donald Trump, he has said this again, time and again. I don't know why he needs to keep repeating this over and over again. This was, by the way, the Dr. Phil interview. I don't have nearly enough time to play as many audio bites as I wanted to from this interview, but I feel, anyway, it was a good interview. Maybe you folks felt it differently, but they talked about all the standard things, but this part about revenge does seem to be taking center stage.
I think you have so much to do, you don't have time to get even. You only have time to get right.
Well, revenge does take time, I will say that.
It does.
And sometimes revenge can be justified, Phil. I have to be honest. Sometimes it can.
But is the country better or worse for them going after you?
I think the country is really worse for what they've done, and I think you see that when you look at the poll numbers, when you see that almost $400 million has poured in since this horrible decision was made. That was a few days ago. Numbers that nobody's ever heard of in politics before. It's a great honor. The people of our country get it. They're very smart. Taken as a whole, I have to say, they're very smart. But it's been an honor being with you. It really has, and I think you'd be very proud of the job we do.
Yeah, and Dr. Phil has come out now, and he has been very critical of the lawfare that's been going after Donald Trump at the hands of the Democrats. And so when Trump says sometimes revenge takes time, well, the first thing I thought of was, yeah, tell me about it. He's been out of office for 3.5 years, and all of a sudden, an avalanche of lawsuits and charges come his way. Finally, the guilty verdict came, again, 3.5 years later. But, I think it's safe to say that if he was not running for president, all of this lawfare wouldn't be happening. But it's funny how the media and the Democrats and the TDSers, that's what I'm calling the people infused with Trump derangement syndrome, the TDSers, they're all hand-wringing about what Trump is going to do when he gets into office. Well, look at what they're doing and did. The Democrats are the literal blueprint of what they're saying Donald Trump is going to do. It's absolutely ridiculous. And remember what Trump said on Hannity, reinforcing the Dr. Phil audio that I just played.
People are claiming you want what has happened to you done to Democrats. Would you do that ever?
Look, what's happened to me has never happened in this country before, and it has to stop because...
Wait a minute. I want to hear that again. It has to stop.
Well, it does have to stop because we're not going to have a country...
There you go. I mean, I don't know what else Donald Trump needs to say. So when Joe Biden is up on stage and he's giving a speech about protecting democracy, obviously going after Donald Trump and politicizing D-Day, just know that the former president is talking about unifying the country. The former president is talking about what he can do to bring America back. It is 6:52 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Dan Mandis here. Why should you go to NetSuite's Business Grows Here event? Let me tell you something. A lot of people are talking about NetSuite's Business Grows Here event. Now, number one, why you should go. It's a great place to make contacts. There's going to be all kinds of people there that are leaders, not only in our city of Nashville, but in the world of business. Number two, you've got incredible speakers. You've got Burke Nihill, who is the CEO of the Titans, and Jamie Siminoff, founder of Ring Video Doorbell, among many others. Now, they also have some great breakout sessions, and you're going to be learning from the best on how to raise capital, doing business in Tennessee, strategies and lessons learned along the way, and they'll be talking about the growth of Nashville on the East Bank. Now, listen, if you'd like to go, it is happening at the Conrad Hotel, Tuesday, June 25th. It is free. Go to netsuite.com/Nashville to reserve your seats. Again, that is netsuite.com/Nashville. Lives can be changed and businesses can be created. So sign up today. Again, that is netsuite.com/Nashville. It is 6:53 on Nashville's Morning News. Ken Weaver, what's coming up next in the news at 7?
Well, we'll tell you about the latest Middle Tennessee school district approving a new tool against mass shooters. Officials respond to a TikTok video seen by millions regarding the safety of a bridge over one of our lakes here in Middle Tennessee. Here's some Nashville residents who claim they're getting threatened by Metro for non-payment of parking tickets they never received. These stories and more at 7 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. 7 o'clock on the dot. I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories. Lots of sunshine today. Humidity's going to stay low, but then tomorrow, well, we'll tell you about it during the full forecast and traffic in 5 minutes. Right now, Wilson County is the latest to approve shatter-resistant window film for all school campuses to protect against mass shooters. Installation supposed to start this summer at a cost of around $900,000. News 2 says Sumner County, Robertson County, and Franklin Special School District have approved shatter-resistant window film, too. Tennessee officials are responding to a TikTok video showing concrete missing and rebar exposed on a bridge in Gallatin. Channel 4 says it's the Nashville Pike Bridge over Old Hickory Lake, and the video has more than 1 million views. But TDOT says it checked out the bridge, says the bridge is safe.
We know that it's really just the surface concrete. It's not something deep. It's not under a beam that's carrying the load. But the other thing is we do appreciate the public notifying us of when they do see something of concern to give us that chance to look at it again in case we did miss something.
That's a bridge engineer who says that structure passed inspection in October. Some East Nashville residents say they plan to fight the Nashville Department of Transportation over what the residents call invisible parking tickets. News 2 says nearly a dozen people who parked in the Cleveland Park area recently got letters in the mail threatening fines, wage garnishment, and property seizure for non-payment. But NDOT tells News 2 they can confirm physical tickets were placed on those vehicles. However, NDOT says it can't speak as to what may have happened after that. Jenny Thayer is skeptical.
It would seem a little funny to me that 10 cars lost their tickets in a windstorm.
And her neighbor, Alex Wilfan, says he's ready to go to court to fight.
I just feel like we're starting to live in Candyland where we hand out invisible tickets and scare people into paying them.
NDOT telling News 2 parking against the flow of traffic is against the law and a ticketable offense. Women in Tennessee are being called to join a nationwide strike later this month to rally for reproductive freedom, gender equality, and action against gender-based violence. Organizers want women to stay home from work. They want them to stay home from school, not buy anything, protest with the pocketbook, if you will. Well, Channel 4 says women in Tennessee are asked to meet at the state capitol around 8 o'clock on the morning of the 24th. That rally's supposed to last until 10 o'clock that night. And we get some important economic data in half an hour.
Analysts expect the Labor Department to report employers added 190,000 jobs to the economy in May. That's a healthy number by historical standards, but it would be a slowdown from what we've seen in the post-pandemic years. Look for unemployment to remain at 3.9%, a sign that despite a cooling job market, most companies aren't announcing mass layoffs.
That's Daria Albinger. Market Numbers Report brought to you by Beacon Capital Management. Online at beaconcm.com. Checking futures ahead of this morning's opening bell on Wall Street. Dow futures up 15. S&P up 2. NASDAQ up 31. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
The guaranteed offer is the easiest way to sell your home. It's really simple. We bring you an all-cash offer. You close in as little as 21 days. No home inspections, no lock boxes, no open houses. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer and start packing.
Hey, what's up, guys? This is Matt Murphy for Members Nutrition. I want to tell you about the Members Nutrition difference, and I want to encourage you to go over to the Members Nutrition website. Number one, they believe at Members Nutrition that they can sell vitamins and supplements at a lower cost point, and they're doing it every single day at membersnutrition.com. Number two, they want to make these products right here in the United States of America, not from some overseas company, and they do that every single day. I encourage you to go to membersnutrition.com. You'll get 50% off your purchase price at checkout. You don't have to put in any codes. Just go to membersnutrition.com. Once again, membersnutrition.com.
7:07, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. I think I've triggered people with my TDSers, that thing that I'd like to make that happen, unless it's already a thing. Ken, is the phrase TDSers already a thing? Those that are tragically afflicted with Trump derangement syndrome, TDSers? Because here's the thing. They're coming out of the woodwork. A guy sent me a note on the Members Nutrition Super Text line. I'm gonna feature my favorite TDSers in this segment. 7882 says, your show would be really funny if it weren't so dangerously in Morans. I'm not sure what that means. Morans. And so I asked him the question, what does in Morans mean? This is his response. I'm hard pressed to understand what your side sees in Orange Jesus. If Republicans truly were interested in winning the election, they would pick any other Republican to run. Nikki Haley would beat Joe Biden by 15 points. He says, I would vote for her. But wait, it's not about winning that's important to you. It is worshiping Orange Jesus. I'm so confused. Is he Hitler or is he Orange Jesus? I'm so confused with these people.
I'm also worried about his grammar. Dangerously in Morans. Like, dangerously with Morans, but Morans is...
I don't know. I said, yeah, that's all fine, well, and good.
And then he doesn't answer.
Yeah, what does Morans mean? Did you mean morons? I'm trying to get to the point so that I can understand what his issue with me is. I really don't care. But whatever.
Well, we're in the rabbit hole now. We have to know. But we have to dig in this.
It means a foolish or stupid person.
Is that what it means, Ken? Morans?
Yep, according to the Merriam-Webster.com website.
There you go, Ken. Thank you. Thank you for doing 7882's job.
You're welcome, Brother Dan.
Of course,
But is it grammarly correct to say dangerously in Morans, though?
Don't ask me, man.
But is it?
You hear me every half hour.
Yeah, but is it grammatically correct to say grammarly correct?
Yes.
Is it? Okay, good. Anyway, but we love you, Jeff. It's great.
Don't put me in the same boat as Biden's gaffes, okay?
I'm not. Oh, try, Jeff. You
grammatically correct.
You just started. There is no one that is more the gaffmeister than me. It's like me and Biden, man. We are like right there.
Dan, the gaffmeister.
Mandis. Yeah. Gaffmeister Mandis. There you go.
Gaffmeister Mix.
That's like the DJ for my bar mitzvah's like DJ name.
Somebody put it on a coffee mug. Oh, wait, there's no budget. Anyway, 710 on Nashville's Morning News. So I love this from the Daily Wire. Because again, remember, this is all about the TDSers, the Trump derangement syndrome folks. From the Daily Wire, this is the headline. F your objectivity. Democrat strategist demands media give slanted coverage against Donald Trump. Now, there's something going on with James Carville. I think old James is losing his head. But here's the story. And one of the things that I've noticed, and I will say, and I will admit, because people are saying, the polls are showing that Trump has lost ground since the verdict or verdicts. And I do understand that, but there's other polling that is contradictory, whatever. Democrat strategist James Carville raged against the legacy media, demanding they take an even more biased approach when reporting on former President Donald Trump. Carville made the remarks after New York Times executive editor Joe Kahn said last month that the newspaper wants to be as fair as possible for the upcoming election, and that the newspaper does not want to be a propaganda arm for a single candidate. Well, that is certainly a change for the New York Times, because when Hillary was running, they were all about, they've been anti-Trump since day one. And, Trump has been calling out the New York Times as fish wrap for a long time. Here's what Carville says. People say Trump is going to be the Republican nominee, and we got to cover it. and Biden's the Democratic nominee, and we cover this. And if there's something bad about Biden, of course, we've got to print it, Carville said on Thursday. But if something comes up that is, I can't say good about Trump, but more favorable to him, like the Ellie Honings and the Fareed Zakarias of the world, that's one way to look at it. We just tell the truth and let the people decide. Or at times, when the country is in great peril or the moral imperative is so significant, you don't do that. So what he's saying is that America is in such a state right now that the media needs to try to bash Trump and help Biden in this presidential election. Guy says, now you have Joe Kahn, the new editor or publisher, whatever he is, at the New York Times, saying, we're just going to cover this down the middle. We're going to cover what it is. He continued, I don't think that's the role of the news media at a time when the entire Constitution is in peril. He says, I don't have anything against slanted coverage, he says. I really don't. Clearly, he says, I really don't. I would have something against it at most other times in American history, but not right now. He says, F your objectivity. The real objectivity in this country right now is we're either going to have a constitution or we're not. It's James Carville. And you know what's so funny is like people are shocked at James Carville for saying this. But to me, it's like he's saying, you know how people always say he's saying the quiet part out loud? This is what the Democrats are all about, friends. Now, just so everybody knows, I'm a recovered journalist. I'm not a journalist. I'm a talk show host. And so I comment on the day's news. I am very biased. I'm pro-conservative values. And when it comes to Biden and Trump, I'm clearly anti-Biden and pro-Donald Trump. But here's the thing, is that the New York Times and the Washington Post and all of these other organizations, they're supposed to be objective. They're supposed to be unbiased. They're not supposed to be showing favoritism for one side or the other. Now, do you believe that the New York Times is actually going to be able to cover things straight down the middle? I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. Seems to me like they did that before. I think it was the New York Times. They tried to do that before, and you know what happened? Anyone? You had the younger staff do everything they could to rid the Times, if I remember correctly, of that particular publisher or the editor of the New York Times when they said that they wanted to be unbiased and they simply wanted to cover the news straight down the middle. And you had all of these younger reporters and people in various positions in the New York Times, and they forced her out. So we'll have to see how long this guy lasts. It'll be interesting. By the way, speaking of TDSers, did you hear what the Democrat opponent said about Donald Trump supporters? This is a great story from last night. I've got it for you coming up next. I'm going to give you a hint. If you're a Donald Trump supporter, this Democrat believes that you need to be re-educated. It's straight out of the Hillary Clinton playbook. We'll talk about that and a whole lot more straight ahead at 7:15. Time to check the roads on WTN. $7:16, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. As far as your weather goes, a high of 83 degrees and sunny. On Saturday, a high of 83, cloudy. On Sunday, high of 81, and watch for possible showers. It is 7:16 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Talking about the TDSers out there today, and there's an abundance of them. So Elise Stefanik, of course, you know, she's running for re-election. Also, by the way, a possible VP candidate. We learned about that yesterday. This is the headline from the New York Post. Representative Stefanik's Democrat opponent slammed now for proposing re-education camps for Donald Trump supporters. Didn't Hillary Clinton say that as well? I mean, this has been an idea that has been thrown out there by a number of different Democrats. And so again, it's like that saying, saying the quiet part out loud. This is how the Democrats feel. I mean, if they're not calling us Nazis, then they're saying that we need to go to re-education camps. The Democratic candidate, she is a tax attorney, and she is hoping to unseat Representative Elise Stefanik in New York's 21st Congressional District, has been slammed by the incumbent's camp, Elise Stefanik, for proposing to send supporters of former President Donald Trump to re-education camp as part of an effort to fix what she called a MAGA nightmare. Now, I want you to think about MAGA nightmare, friends, because when it was this supposed MAGA nightmare, we had a lot better economy, we could afford stuff, and we weren't terrified about what was coming across our southern border. We weren't sleepwalking into World War III. We weren't having disastrous pullout of Afghanistan. So I would have to ask this Democrat, and by the way, she's not only a tax attorney, she is a cannabis tax attorney. Can you please define what exactly is a MAGA nightmare? Because I genuinely would like to, you know what? I'm going to go back to the super text, and I'm going to ask 7882, the one that was talking about Moran's, and I'm going to ask him, hey, I'm going to type this. I'm going to do this in real time. Can you define what is and I'm going to air quote, MAGA nightmare? 7882. I hope you're still listening, and maybe you can, tell me what exactly is a MAGA nightmare as defined by the cannabis tax attorney opponent of Elise Stefanik. Her name is Paula Collins. Now, if you'd like to talk about what a nightmare is, we can certainly talk about Joe Biden and what's going on with, Alejandro Mayorkas is on CNN, and I'm about to be triggered on yet another thing. But anyway, so yeah, I don't believe that we are the ones that need re-education camps. I mean, the Biden supporters are the ones that are supporting a guy that can barely put two sentences together. But I would never say that Biden supporters need to go to re-education camp. I think they probably need it, but I would never say it. Paula Collins, who is running unopposed in the Democrat primary for the 21st of New York, made the shocking suggestion during a virtual town hall event on Wednesday and argued that there is a need for such camps, even if Democrats see a resounding blue wave in the 2024 elections. Collins, 60, argued that knowing your civics, knowing how the government is set up, will be crucially important in moving forward before suggesting the need for re-education during the Zoom event. The exact quote, even if we were to have a resounding blue wave come through, as many of us would like, putting it all back together again after we've gone through this MAGA nightmare and re-educating basically, which that sounds like a re-education camp, Collins said. I don't think, she says, we really want to call it that. She told voters on the call, I'm sure we can find another way to phrase it, she says. And you know what's weird is like, okay, so if you truly believe that there is a MAGA nightmare, well, that ended 3.5 years ago when Joe Biden was elected president, right? So all of that, and I'm air quoting here, all of that MAGA nightmare should be, gone. Because now, aren't we all, I would ask this, Paula Collins, aren't we all now living in the bliss of a Joe Biden dream world? Is that what this is? Anyway, so TDSers at work, hard at work this Friday morning. Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 and WTN. Moon Valley Nurseries. Now, you know that I'm in the middle of a great backyard makeover, and I do know the value of updating and upgrading your backyard, and Moon Valley Nurseries can help you if you've been thinking about it too. Now, think about what you would want done in your perfect backyard. Then check them out online at moonvalleynurseries.com/getgrowing. You can actually add a ton of livable space to your home. When you do this, not to mention, you can increase the value of your home as well. This is a great company. Now, if you're not quite sure what you need, but you know that you need something, get a free design consultation from my friends at Moon Valley Nurseries. They can help you prepare for any kind of backyard event, big or small. They like to say, we create the yard, you create the memories. Find them online. Tell them Dan Mandis told you to check them out. moonvalleynurseries.com/getgrowing and get a free design consultation. moonvalleynurseries.com/getgrowing. moonvalleynurseries.com/getgrowing. 7:23 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. Ken Weaver, what's coming up in the news?
Some East Nashville residents say they're going to go to court to fight the Nashville Department of Transportation over what these residents say are invisible parking tickets. Tennessee U.S. Senator explains the vote not to codify contraception, and Boeing has finally made it to the space station at 7:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Hey, it's Dan Mandis, and I am so glad that California Closets has fixed my closet catastrophe. After exact measuring and planning, they came over and got to work. Yeah, once it was all plotted out on their 3D CAD system, the pieces are measured, cut, and precisely installed into my space. It was clean, fast, and professional, and above all, my new closets look and function great. Now, this was my dormer, and now this is my new dormer thanks to California Closets. Look at all of this added space for shirts and shoes, you name it, and it is cut so precisely, simply amazing. And my old closet that has now been reborn as the ultimate in style and functionability, making the best use of the space that I had. They can work on just about anything: bedrooms, garages, home offices, closets, pantries, and so much more. Find them online, CaliforniaClosets.com, and see what they can do for you. You can schedule a free design consultation. Mention my name, CaliforniaClosets.com. 729, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. Paul Winkler. Dan Mandis here with a question for you. Who do you trust when it comes to your money? Now, I turned to Paul Winkler years ago. Dan Mandis here. And a lot of these other financial folks, they do say different things, but those same people do have something to sell. So, of course, they're pitching their own products. If you worked for a car company, for example, wouldn't you say that your car is the absolute best? It's the same thing with banks and insurance agents who sell investment products. Now, Paul Winkler is always looking out for your best interests, and he's not going to try and sell you something. He's actually going to try to teach you how to relax about money. Now, you need to know that I get paid every time I do these commercials, but I wouldn't be doing them if I didn't believe in Paul and his guidance. And you will too when you call him for a free consultation. 615-851-1950 is the phone number. 615-851-1950. As always, tell him Dan Mandis told you to reach out. Paul's got 10 offices across Middle Tennessee and one great website full of videos and articles about how you can relax about money. Find him online, paulwinkler.com, 615-851-1950, paulwinkler.com.
7:30 on the dot this Friday morning. I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories. Going to have lots of sun today. Humidity's going to stay low. Changes tomorrow maybe. Got the full forecast and traffic in 5 minutes. Well, we are waiting on the May jobs report. It is due out any moment now. One thing we're looking for is the higher the job growth, the least likely an interest rate cut this year. Economists expect the Bureau of Labor Statistics to report today the U.S. added 190,000 jobs in May. That would be slightly up on the month. Anything at 140,000 or lower, investors and experts seem to think could be encouragement for the Fed to cut interest rates. So we'll just have to see. Also, one thing we're watching for is average hourly earnings expected to show a 0.3% increase, slightly higher on the month. That would put the 12-month increase at 3.9%. Here in Nashville, some East Nashville residents say they're going to fight what they say are invisible parking tickets from the Nashville Department of Transportation. Alex Wilfan telling News 2 he is among 10 of his neighbors in the Cleveland Park area who never got a ticket, just a threatening letter in the mail for non-payment.
If payment is not received within 30 days, a parking warrant will be issued against you. Additional court cost, garnishment of wages, and or seizure of property may occur.
Now, News 2 says NDOT claims physical tickets were indeed put on these people's windshields of their vehicles. They say we're parked on the wrong side of the road, but NDOT says it cannot speak to what may have happened afterward. And Jenny Thayer, who got one of the letters, tells News 2.
It would seem a little funny to me that 10 cars lost their tickets in a windstorm.
NDOT telling News 2 parking against the flow of traffic is against the law and a ticketable offense. And as I mentioned before, you can probably forget about whether or not that interest rate cut or the Fed will be encouraged to cut the interest rate anytime soon. Looks like 272,000 jobs were added in May. And that's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
Thank you, Ken. 732, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. Of course, springtime in Middle Tennessee, rapidly approaching summer. And I got to tell you, if you need anything to enjoy summertime, DT McCall's is the place you need to go. You need some lawn equipment, maybe some outdoor furniture. Again, DT McCall's is your source. Maybe lawn mowers, patio furniture, but even indoor furniture as well. They have all kinds of things for you, whether it's couches and chairs, recliners, beds, you name it, DT McCall's has it. Kitchen appliances, washers and dryer sets, any type of home furnishings, DT McCall's has great value and customer service as well. Now, they've been in Middle Tennessee for over 100 years, and they've lasted so long because of that customer service and great quality of products. So many ways to save. All you need to do is go to one place, my place, DT McCall's, Carthage, Franklin, Cookeville, Lafayette, Lebanon, always online at dtmccalls.com. 7:37, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Appreciate you listening. The Members Nutrition Super Text line is open at 615-737-9986, 615-737-WWTN. We've been talking a lot about what is going on with President Biden. He has, I don't believe he's started speaking yet regarding his big speech to, quote, air quote, protected democracy. But CNN has been covering this almost exclusively this morning, talking about what is next with he in the battle against Donald Trump. And you know that this is something that the president has been doing really for the past 3.5 years. They keep talking about protecting democracy, but in reality, they are the ones that are, in my opinion, destroying democracy because of all of the lawfare. But there's also another thing going on. The president does remain in France, in Normandy, and he is about to give a speech, which is no doubt going to be centered on Donald Trump. Now, part of what's going on is that you've seen the polling. Now, there's some more recent polling since the verdicts that does show that Joe Biden has seen a bump and Donald Trump has gone down since the verdict. But there's also contradictory polling. So to me, I'm just going to let the whole thing shake out instead of going over each and every excruciating poll. We do know that Donald Trump has been able to raise about $400 million since the verdict or verdicts came out. So that is really good. Obviously, that is good for Donald Trump. And so moving forward, the big question is, what do you really focus on? If you're Donald Trump and you've got $400 million, what do you focus on? I believe you got to focus on trying to do everything you can to identify Joe Biden as what he is. Incredibly weak and clearly a man losing his faculties. Now, I've got a couple of examples. Number one, he did this interview with David Muir last night, and there's a lot of things here to talk about. Number one, I keep talking about this resting Biden face where, and if you watch the interview or if you look at Joe Biden getting out of that vehicle in Normandy as he was getting out of the car, he looked completely confused. If there's not somebody by Joe Biden's side, he's not entirely certain what to do. One of the things I've noticed about Biden is that, you know, when he's on stage and he'll stick his hand out like he wants to shake somebody's hand, I think that he has been doing that for so long that is kind of, you know, rote. It's like ingrained in his muscle memory. But the problem is that when he's just out there by himself, or even if Jill is with him, he doesn't really know what to do. You no doubt have seen the video that went viral where he is looking for a place to sit. You got Jill right next to him, I think on his left, and he is, you know, bending his knees. And some people are saying it was an incontinence moment for Joe Biden. I really don't know if that's what it was. He did quickly leave the stage. Now, the fact checkers out there will say, well, there was a chair there, but it was kind of pushed back. And then he realized that it wasn't time to sit. Whatever. Here's my point. My point is that there's a lot of ammunition for Donald Trump to paint Joe Biden exactly as he is. Old, tired, confused, and not making a whole lot of sense. Now, resting Biden face, what exactly is that? If you look at the David Muir interview, you'll see that Biden, his eyes are like really squinted. I mean, just, it's like they're barely open. And he's speaking in that usual gravelly voice. And it's really low. And his mouth is frowning. And he's got this downward tilt with his lips. And it's just clear that he's having a hard time. But then when you start talking about politics and you start talking about policy, things don't get much better. For example, in the news this week, we talked about this the other day. Well, it looks like now we are going to allow Ukraine to utilize our weaponry against Russia on Russian soil. And so he was asked about this.
But we did witness this shift in recent days, authorizing American weapons for limited direct strikes. Are American weapons being used right now inside Russia?
They're authorized to be used in proximity to the border. We're not authorizing strikes 200 miles into Russia. We're not authorizing strikes on Moscow, on the Kremlin.
So I mean, you hear how just quiet he sounds. You can hear how you can barely hear him. So that's number one. But from a policy standpoint, we do seem to have a mission creep going on here. Remember, first it was no weapons will be used. Now it's limited weapons being used. And Vladimir Putin, he doesn't see it that way. He doesn't care if it's limited weapons or whatever. All he knows is that the American president is now allowing weapons to be used inside Russia, inside his homeland. And Putin sees this as a direct aggression from our country into theirs. And go with me here, because I know that there's going to be a lot of people that you're not going to like what I'm about to say. But when I talk about mission creep, if we were going to allow American weapons to be used inside of Russian soil, just go with me here, then we should have done it in the beginning of this whole thing to simply make very quick work of this conflict. But we didn't. It's like I see this as the purposeful elongation of this conflict. Keep it going as long as possible so the money continues to flow into Ukraine, and who knows where it goes after that. They can use short-range missiles. By the way, the official policy is Ukraine can use short-range missiles to hit only parts of the northeast region of Russia. But again, this is mission creep. And so if we were going to allow this, we should have just done it right at the beginning. But instead, here we are on this day where Joe Biden, in the breaking news this morning, Biden has now unveiled a $225 million military aid package to Ukraine. And so we just keep going. And this black hole of Ukraine, where we've given $175 billion, it just keeps going. And remember, by the way, the other part of this, the Netherlands has also allowed Ukraine to use their F-16s. So on it goes. And so the question that Joe Biden was asked, are you worried about Vladimir Putin? That answer coming up straight ahead on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. 7:45, it's time to check the roads. Thank you very much. As far as your weather goes, Saturday, a high of 83 and cloudy. Sunday, high of 81, possible showers, and 83 and sunny right here on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. That is your weather for this Friday, June 7th. Right now, it is 67 degrees. Going over this interview with Joe Biden and David Muir, there's two different things to notice here. Number one is how incredibly tired he is. I mean, it is so clear that he's having a hard time with the time change. Now, as I said earlier in the broadcast, it's like a 7-8 hour flight from Washington, D.C. To France. But Biden was able to sleep on that entire trip. Then he called a lid 15 minutes after arriving in France. So he's been basically able to sleep for the last day and a half, really, if you think about it. So when you watch this interview, you can see how incredibly tired he is. You can see how incredibly, confused he seems to be at times. And you can also certainly hear it as well. Muir was asking him if he was worried about Vladimir Putin, because Putin is now angry again because you have Biden and America allowing some of these short-range missiles to be utilized by Ukraine to hit Russia. This is what Joe Biden said.
Does this at all concern you, though, that it could not only escalate the war between Ukraine and Russia, but draw the U.S., the West into this in a much larger way?
It theoretically could, but it's not likely. Look, the idea that Russia, this juggernaut that is absent nuclear weapons, this conventional juggernaut. You know how many troops they've lost so far? 350,000 dead or wounded without a single American troop being engaged by supplying the Ukrainians with the weapons they need.
All right, so the issue, there's a number of issues there, but number one is that it's missing a lot of context. Number one is you absolutely should not be underestimating your opponent. That's number one. Number two is, Biden says that we haven't lost any American troops. That's great. But what we have done is we have given Ukraine $175 billion, and we keep giving. And yet Vladimir Zelensky refuses to negotiate with Vladimir Putin. And today it's announced we're giving them another $225 million. And by the way, so as I just said, with Zelensky and Vladimir Putin, I know people are saying, well, wait a minute. Shouldn't we not be negotiating with Vladimir Putin? Shouldn't we not be negotiating with terrorists? Well, don't forget that right now we are negotiating with terrorists and dictators like Hamas, for example. So yes, we are negotiating with terrorists. There is more. 748 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Biden was also asked, are you worried about this escalating into a wider conflict?
Let me ask you about what Vladimir Putin said last night about this authorization of American weapons inside Russia. He said the supply of high-precision weapons to Ukraine for strikes on Russian territory is direct participation in this war, and again talked about Russia's nuclear capabilities. Does that concern you?
I've known him for over 40 years. He's concerned me for 40 years. He's not a decent man. He's a dictator, and he's struggling to make sure he holds this country together while still keeping this assault going. We're not talking about giving them weapons to strike Moscow, to strike the Kremlin, to strike just across the border where they're receiving significant fire from conventional weapons used by the Russians to go into Ukraine to kill the Ukrainians.
All right, so I don't know how much of that you got or understood, but here's the thing. Number one, you haven't known Vladimir Putin for 40 years. As I mentioned in the 5 o'clock hour, Vladimir Putin, 40 years ago, he was 9 years into a 16-year career as a KGB agent. So obviously that didn't happen. He didn't start in politics. Vladimir Putin around 1990 is when he got into some of the more local politics in Russia. That was working in various roles. But, here's the thing. I find it hard to believe, and I'm waiting for the fact checkers to come out and fact check this statement by Joe Biden. They're not saying a thing. But I can't get over the fact that Biden has underestimated Vladimir Putin. Because as he's talking about how, Putin has lost, 350,000 troops and, this, that, and the other. Okay, but what about his relationship and his alliance with China? You can throw in North Korea. You can also throw in Iran. So it's not obviously just about Vladimir Putin and Russia. It is also about China. It is also about Iran. It is also about North Korea. But again, that's the problem with these really short interviews where there is essentially zero follow-up. That's number one. And number two, not only is there no follow-up, but there's no context to a lot of these answers. And by the way, one more thing, then we're going to move on. Don't forget the possibility of terror attacks here at home. Do you know the Border Patrol says that we've had about 55,000 Russians come across our border in the last couple of years? That's right, 55,000. What about all those folks from China that have come across our southern border as well? We have no idea who has come across our southern border. That is clearly a very big issue. And so when Biden gives these answers where he's just sort of, in my opinion, underestimating Vladimir Putin, Christopher Wray and many others have said that they are tremendously worried about a terror attack. It is 7:52 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. Ken Weaver, what's coming up in the news?
Well, the new jobs report might not be what the Fed wants to see to cut interest rates. Coming up at 8 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Ken. 7:52. Dan Mandis here with a question for you. If your roof was destroyed in a storm, how much of that replacement cost would your insurance company cover? Now, if you don't know, you really do need to ask because some insurance companies refuse to pay full replacement cost. They're going to deduct money for an older roof, and this means that the insurance company is going to depreciate how much they pay for your roof claim, and that could leave you on the hook for thousands of dollars. Now, my friends at King & Associates Insurance, they're going to pay full replacement costs. So whether you have to replace a 10-year-old roof or a 2-year-old roof, they pay for it to be replaced, period. It is that kind of focus on customer service that makes King & Associates Insurance one of the best insurance companies around. So call them today at 615-329-8121. King & Associates Insurance, 615-329-8121. Get your Royal Review at tkinginsurance.com. 7:58, Nashville's Morning News on WTN. I want to tell you about my friends at Copper Creek Electric. You know, if I know anything about fixing up your house, it is that good companies are really hard to find, which is why I'm so glad that I can tell you about one of the great ones. Now, let me again introduce you to Copper Creek Electric. They've been electrifying Middle Tennessee since 2008, and whatever you need done electrical, they can do it. From residential remodels to new construction, Copper Creek Electrical, they do it all. And they do it right the first time, from your home to your business. And they'll tailor the job to your needs. Now, listen, the electrical in your home or business is serious and does need to be up to code. Copper Creek Electric can do that. And yes, they're easy to work with as well, licensed and insured. Their technicians have to pass drug tests and background checks as well. In other words, you can trust Copper Creek Electric with your wallet and your home and your business. So check them out today. It's 615-476-8697. Please, as always, tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out. 615-476-8697. Online at coppercreekelectric.biz.
Eight o'clock on the dot. I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories. Got the full forecast and traffic in 5 minutes. And right now we've got that new jobs report showing 272,000 jobs added to private payrolls last month, well beyond the 190,000 that was expected. More than what the Fed may want to see, which makes it less likely there will be an interest rate cut this year. Wages went up 4.1% year over year. Tennessee officials are responding to a TikTok video showing concrete missing and rebar exposed on a bridge in Gallatin. Channel 4 says it's the Nashville Pike Bridge over Old Hickory Lake, and the video has more than 1 million views, but TDOT says it checked that bridge out, says it is safe.
We know that it's really just the surface concrete. It's not something deep. It's not under a beam that's carrying the load. But the other thing is we do appreciate the public notifying us of when they do see something of concern to give us that chance to look at it again in case we did miss something.
That bridge engineer says the structure passed inspection in October. Some East Nashville residents say they plan to fight the Nashville Department of Transportation over what the residents call invisible parking tickets. News 2 says nearly a dozen people who parked in the Cleveland Park area got letters in the mail threatening fines, wage garnishment, and property seizure for non-payment. But NDOT tells News 2 they can confirm physical tickets were placed on those vehicles, but can't speak as to what may have happened after that. Jenny Thayer, who got one of the letters, says she never got a physical ticket, is skeptical.
It would seem a little funny to me that 10 cars lost their tickets in a windstorm.
And her neighbor, Alex Wilfan, says he's ready to fight.
I just feel like we're starting to live in Candyland where we hand out invisible tickets and scare people into paying them.
NDOT telling News 2 parking against the flow of traffic is against the law and a ticketable offense. Wilson County is the latest to approve shatter-resistant window film for all school campuses to protect against mass shooters. Bart Barkers, the public information officer for Wilson County Schools, telling News 2 installation starts this summer at a cost of around $900,000.
When we add these things, it's not necessarily because of something that's happened directly to us. It's something that we want to incorporate to ensure that we can keep moving forward in the safest environment possible.
News 2 says Sumner County, Robertson County, and Franklin Special School District have approved shatter-resistant window film too. And women in Tennessee are being called to join a nationwide strike later this month to rally for reproductive freedom, gender equality, and action against gender-based violence. Organizers want women to stay home from work and school that day. No, don't buy anything. Protest with your pocketbook, if you will. Channel 4 says women in Tennessee are asked to meet at the state capitol at 8 o'clock on the morning of June 24th and be there until around 10 o'clock at night. Market Numbers Report brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. Right now, Dow futures are down 144, S&P down 22, NASDAQ down 75. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
8:06, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN for a Friday. Appreciate you being here. There is a lot going on. I wanted to bring in our grassroots political analyst, Matthew Hurt, to join us before we head into the Gang of Three Amigos, and then at least for this show, the weekend. But I want to play this audio bite real quick. Jeff, make sure my audio's up, please. Headline from CNN, Biden will make the case for democracy in a Normandy speech. Of course, this is what he said yesterday.
Let us be worthy of their sacrifice. Let us be the generation that when history is written about our time, in 10, 20, 30, 50, 80 years from now, it'll be said, when the moment came, we met the moment. We stood strong. Our alliances were made stronger. We saved democracy in our time as well.
Matthew, I've got to ask, I mean, when they say that Joe Biden is going to do a speech today regarding saving democracy, and he gave that speech yesterday, clearly politicizing his D-Day speech, I think it's obvious that he is trying to make the case that Donald Trump, of course, is a threat to democracy. Some people are saying, no, he was talking about Vladimir Putin. It's obvious that he was referring, in my opinion, to Donald Trump. You could put Vladimir Putin in there as well as cover, but I think that everybody knows what he was talking about.
This is one of the major themes of the Biden campaign. Absolutely. The headlines read, in this Normandy speech, he's trying to echo Reagan, but clearly this is an effort to dig at Donald Trump and at Republicans who Democrats are setting up as a threat to democracy. This has been the argument since the campaign launched, and it is no surprise that he is taking this roadshow globally to make this pitch and make this political point.
I got to ask you, is it uncouth to do what he's doing, which is politicize these D-Day speeches?
I certainly think it's tacky, and the opportunity to go and make a serious case for the lives that were lost, the sacrifice on Normandy Beach and D-Day, and what happened at the end of World War II in saving Western-style democracy, certainly from the Nazis and from fascism, but to go and trivialize this in a way to make it a 2024 political soundbite is absolutely tacky, and but it is something that we've come to expect from Joe Biden on the campaign trail.
We know that there were a couple of things that happened. If you're anywhere on social media, you know that Biden had a couple of awkward moments. Number one, as I've been telling the folks today listening, is that he gets out of the vehicle and he looks just completely lost. I've been talking about, resting Biden face. It's sort of like this, the frown is turned, this frown, it's like a smile turned upside down. He's got a lower lilt on the lips and he looks confused. His eyes are really squinted. And the voice is really gravelly. And that does seem to be, by and large, Biden's MO these days. There was a moment during this interview with David Muir, this was last night, where they were talking about immigration and the executive orders of Joe Biden.
You bring up your opponent, Donald Trump. He has said of your executive action, he's pretending to finally do something about the border. But it's all about show. He says we have a debate coming up. Biden's executive order is weak and pathetic.
Is he describing himself? Weak and pathetic? Come on. Look, everybody knows what's happened. We had a deal. It was much broader than this, much better, much more accepted across the board. And he got on the phone and told the Republicans, don't support it.
I mean, Matthew Hurt, that was the moment where he actually got a little bit more animated. He tried to make the joke, and Muir was just stone-faced and trying to get Biden to very awkwardly answer the question. But, we've seen the polls out there. There's another one that shows that the American people, I feel like I'm repeating myself all the time talking about the polls and how the American people are worried about Joe Biden. Number one, his age and his clear onset of dementia. That's number one. But also number two, you have with the president just the awkward moments of confusion. And I don't think this trip to Normandy is helping matters any for him.
You know, you're absolutely right. Anytime that Joe Biden is on a stage, it presents a serious problem for the campaign and for his handlers. And we're seeing in the polling, recent poll I think out yesterday, Arizona, Trump up 5 points. Nevada, Trump up 5 points. Virginia, virtually tied. Florida, Trump up 4 points. And what we're seeing is as Americans pay more attention, you and I have talked about this before, now people are starting to clue in as we head toward the conventions in July and the general election sprint in August, September, and October. People will start to pay more attention to these races and to what's going on, and they'll have to make a serious decision. Is Joe Biden mentally fit to serve out the next 4 years as president? And I think a lot of independents and some Democrats and a whole lot of Republicans are going to say, no, he is not. And the persecution that happened in New York City, the verdict of Donald Trump is going to be a significantly smaller concern for a lot of voters than the issue of Joe Biden's mental ability and agility to serve as president.
How big of a deal is that Trump is tied with Biden in Virginia? You're in Virginia. And that seems like a pretty big deal.
You know, in 2020, Trump lost by almost double digits, I believe, and it was not good. And the Democrats turned out suburban women in Northern Virginia and outside Richmond. Those were it was a serious turnout effort. I think the Trump campaign and the way the numbers look now, it's a lot closer. I do believe that we'll see an influx of cash from both Republicans and from Democrats, especially in Northern Virginia. The D.C. media market is costly, and the Democrats are already up on the air through the primary on June 18th. They're candidates for Congress in Northern Virginia. So that is going to help excite the Democrats. But as we move into the summer, as we move into the general election, we will see an investment by Republicans. And I think it'll be a lot closer in 2024 than it was in 2020.
You know, it's interesting because you look at the battleground states, and then you see the headlines where it shows that since the trial, the headlines will tell you, and some of the polling will tell you, that Trump has lost ground and Biden has gained ground since the verdicts came out. But then you see that there doesn't seem to be a lot of movement in the battleground states, as you just mentioned. So I guess the point is, when will we really know the impact of these verdicts? Because I'm seeing a lot of contradictory information out there.
Great question, Dan. When will we know the outcome or the impact of these verdicts? I think we'll know it on Election Day.
Yeah, November 5th.
I honestly think that as we move into the summer, again, people will make up their minds and they'll shift, and the folks in the middle will consider the verdict, or they'll consider Joe Biden's mental agility and ability. And those things are all fluid until about the last 2 weeks of October. And then we will start to see a clearer picture of how the American people are making the case, or what factors they're considering as they go in to vote ahead of Election Day and on Election Day.
8:15 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. I want to, coming up, Matthew Hurt is joining us, our grassroots political analyst. Going to do a compare and contrast Joe Biden and what is going on with him and his interview with David Muir and the many rounds of interviews that Donald Trump is doing. That is straight ahead, 8:15. Time to check the roads on WTN. Thank you very much for your Friday weather today. A high of 83 and sunny. On Saturday, a high of 83, cloudy. And on Sunday, a high of 81 and possible showers. Right now, 67 degrees at Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Again, our grassroots political analyst, Matthew Hurt, is joining us. And so this this interview with, and I've been covering this all morning long, but this interview with David Muir, it was short and lacking context. It's frustrating to me as a talk show host who spends, 4 hours a day plus all my prep time kind of breaking down all of these issues. And it's frustrating to see these answers by Joe Biden that are just, 45 seconds or so, and there's no context at all. And I'm not going to bore you with all the details of what I've said this morning, but then you go into the interviews with Donald Trump. He did like an hour with Will Cain over on Fox. He had a 2-parter with Sean Hannity. He was on with Dr. Phil as well. And I mean, a myriad of others. I couldn't even name you all of the interviews that Donald Trump has done, but it's quite the contrast, isn't it?
Donald Trump is made for these long-form conversations. He's high energy. He knows what he's talking about. He is focused on his messaging. And it's very clear from speeches, when you go to a Trump rally, Trump will go for 45, 60, 90 minutes, even sometimes. He's very able to get out there and unscripted or unrehearsed or untethered to a handler. He's very able to make the case for his issues and for the campaign. Joe Biden, on the other hand, scripted. It is very unsafe for him to be, unattended for longer than 5 or 10 minutes. And it worries his staff if he is unable to or unscripted in a way that makes it look like he's unfit to be president. And we see that. And that's why these interviews are short. That's why the scripting and the parameters around these interviews are very, very restricted. And that is a big difference between Joe Biden and Donald Trump, is their ability to make the case for their principles or their presidency or the campaign in a way that reassures the American people that they are fit and able to be president. Donald Trump shows that, and Joe Biden does not in these interviews.
Do you think that the American people, I made the statement earlier this week that the American people, they're not mired in this stuff like, Matthew, you and I are. And so I guess the question is, do you think the American people notice that, Biden is seen every once in a while, and when he is seen, he looks awful, and Donald Trump is doing all of these various interviews? And do you think the American people, those independents and those folks that don't really pay attention, do you think they notice the difference between the two?
It will wade into the subconscious of the casual voter, and that is important because if you go, from here until mid-July or beginning of August, the average voter will not realize, but they will consider, oh, this is how many times I saw a Joe Biden interview. This is how many headlines I saw about Donald Trump. This is how many interviews where Donald Trump did a great job, and they won't make the connection all at once, but it's the same as how many negative headlines about Donald Trump are going to impact the average voter. All of these little factors, all of these tiny instances, headlines, radio interviews, television interviews, all of these things culminate by midsummer and into the general election into the psyche of the average American voter. And so it is very important that Donald Trump continue to be cogent and coherent on the campaign trail. It is clear that Joe Biden will continue to be, whatever he's doing on the campaign trail, this too clever by half where he tries to make a joke and it doesn't really land. Right. All of those things will factor into the decision, subconscious psyche of the average voter. And I think if that's the case, then the picture looks pretty good for Donald Trump.
Let me ask you this. This was a moment with, did you watch, can I ask you this, Matthew Hurt, did you watch the Sean Hannity interviews?
I did not watch the Sean Hannity interviews.
All right, I'm going to play you a piece of audio.
People are claiming you want what has happened to you done to Democrats. Would you do that ever?
Look, what's happened to me has never happened in this country before, and it has to stop because...
Wait a minute. I want to hear that again. It has to stop.
Well, it does have to stop because we're not going to have a country.
So you've got some folks that are, conservative and the perpetual defenders of Donald Trump. And I kind of feel like I am one of those guys. But so people are criticizing Hannity for maybe pushing Trump a little too hard on that. I don't understand why there's consternation from the folks who are Trump supporters who are saying Hannity pushed too hard. But that's all beside the point. It seems to me like there's two Donald Trumps. There is the Donald Trump that, has said that, he's going to drain the swamp again and some of these other things. But on the other side, it's almost like he's saying that if he's reelected, he's not going to go after the people that went after him. But I think that when he's reelected, there's always going to be a switch out of people in some of these various agencies.
I think this is an important question. I've said from time to time that increasingly it looks like government is what we do to the people we defeated in the last election, and that it is punitive, and it is clearly punitive under the Biden administration. There is not a future where we can continue to over-politicize the criminal justice system, to target political opponents, where this country remains a constitutional republic. We cannot continue to do that. Now, what does that mean for Donald Trump? Does that mean he does right back through the legal system what they did to him for those who legitimately broke the law and used the political system or used political persecution through the court system? I don't know the answer to that question. I think Donald Trump could take a conciliatory tact and potentially, go into a space where there is where we pull back from that. This is a very difficult conversation. I talk about this a lot with friends in D.C. And I'm not sure the direction we're going there. That said, for those who are working in the federal bureaucracy, 100%, it should be the president should have the authority to hire and fire people who will advance his agenda. Yep. And so for issues like the Heritage Foundation's Project 2025 and all of these other efforts to hire the right people in the next administration, it is not punitive to fire an entrenched progressive who will not carry out the president's agenda through a federal bureaucracy or a federal department. And he 100% has the authority, should have the authority, and should be willing to do that for thousands and thousands of political appointees that exist in D.C. and bureaucrats who entrench themselves and then don't do what the administration wants. President Trump in the future should be 100% able to do that and to advance his agenda through all the various departments and administrations without having to worry about some interloper or progressive who is unwilling to do that from within the administration.
And you know what's going to happen is that if he gets reelected and he starts making those changes, that they're going to scream that, oh, look, you see, this is an attack on democracy, even though every president has done the same thing.
Oh, they are already screaming it, Dan. I see it all the time as a coalition member for Project 2025. The left is in hair on fire mode because Republicans just believe that we should hire people who will actually do the job when the president is elected.
All right, Matthew Hurt, how can folks find you on Twitter?
I'm on Twitter at Matthew Hurt, MattheWHurtt.
All right. Have a great weekend. We'll talk to you soon. 8:23 on WTN. Dan Mandis here. I've been telling you about Stoltz Co. and their incredible pole barns. Now, you can put these pole barns anywhere, and they can function as anything. What I want you to do is go to their website, stoltzco.com, and take a look for yourself at this amazing construction. Now, you can build one for your vehicles. You can build one for your horses. If you need an equestrian building, you can even build one as an event space. If you even have enough land, you can make a pole barn, build a pole barn, and you can live in it. You can call them barn dominiums. Stoltz Co. is among the elite in pole barn construction here in Middle Tennessee. So check them out online or on their Instagram and Facebook accounts. You can also call them at stoltzco.com, STOLTZCO. That's their website, stoltzco.com. The phone number is 615-622-5992, 615-622-5992 for Stoltz Co. 8:24, Ken Weaver, what's coming up in the news?
Well, we're learning about a Kentucky state trooper flown to a hospital. We've got a new jobs report that doesn't bode well for an interest rate cut. President Biden announcing another round of weapons shipments to Ukraine coming up at 8:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Guaranteed offer is the easiest way to sell your home. It's really simple. We bring you an all-cash offer. You close in as little as 21 days. No home inspections, no lock boxes, no open houses. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer and start packing.
#829, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Dan Mandis here. News with Weaves is coming up next. And I want to tell you about Mark Spain Real Estate. You know, they are the #1 most reviewed real estate company in America. They've got over 11,000 five-star reviews. They are going to sell your home fast and for maximum profit. This is hassle-free selling with the guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate. They've been helping homeowners sell their homes for nearly 30 years. In fact, they have helped over 58,000 families sell their homes. Now, one of our listeners, Ashley, says Mark Spain Real Estate's knowledge of the market and strategy made selling my home simple. She's already recommended Mark Spain Real Estate to some of her friends. Now, you want to call them today, 855-299-SOLD. You can also find them online. It's markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer on your home today. 855-299-SOLD. As always, tell him Dan Mandis told you to reach out. That's markspain.com and start packing.
It's 8:30 on the dot this Friday morning. I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories. Lots of sunshine today. Humidity's going to stay low. Could see some changes tomorrow. Tell you about it during the full forecast and traffic in 5 minutes. We are learning that a Kentucky state trooper has been flown to a Louisville hospital after a pursuit overnight. WLKY reports it's not clear how the trooper was injured. Happened around 2:30 this morning. Today's jobs report may not be what is needed to encourage the Fed to cut interest rates. It says 272,000 jobs were added in May. Economists expected only 190,000. Wages went up 4.1% year over year. And President Biden has announced a new U.S. security package for Ukraine during a weekly during a meeting that is today with Ukraine's President Zelensky in Paris.
We're still in completely, thoroughly.
The package, an estimated value of $225 million, will provide Ukraine air defense interceptors, artillery systems and munitions, armored vehicles, anti-tank weapons. Market Numbers Report. Market Numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. We're a couple of minutes into the brand new trading day on this Friday. Let's see where stocks are after that jobs report. Right now, the Dow is down 81, S&P down 16, NASDAQ is down 57. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
Thank you, Ken. Loan Pronto. Dan Mandis here. How would you like to be free of car loan debt, credit card debt, and personal loans? My friends at Loan Pronto, they can help make that happen with an Equity Express line of credit. Now, you can tap into that equity in your home today and save you money on those high-interest loans. Yes, homeowners are turning that home equity into cash almost instantly these days with Loan Pronto's AI-based system. It only takes about 10 minutes, and yes, it is really easy. There's no documentation, no appraisal, and no hassle. Just relief from those high interest payments. So call them today. Call them right now. 615-499-5780. 615-499-5780. You can find them online. It is loanpronto.com. As always, tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out. Equal housing lender, NMLS 166-1781, subject to lender approval. Hey, it's Dan Mandis, and I am so glad that California Closets has fixed my closet catastrophe. After exact measuring and planning, they came over and got to work. Yeah, once it was all plotted out on their 3D CAD system, the pieces are measured, cut, and precisely installed into my space. It was clean, fast, and professional, and above all, my new closets look and function great. Now, this was my dormer, and now this is my new dormer thanks to California Closets. Look at all of this added space for shirts and shoes, you name it, and it is cut so precisely, simply amazing. And my old closet that has now been reborn as the ultimate in style and functionability, making the best use of the space that I had. They can work on just about anything: bedrooms, garages, home offices, closets, pantries, and so much more. Find them online, californiaclosets.com, and see what they can do for you. You can schedule a free design consultation. Mention my name, californiaclosets.com. 8:37. Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Welcome on in to the gang of four amigos. I think it's going to be 5.
Yeah.
So we've got Ken Weaver in the newsroom. Hello, Ken.
Good morning, boys. Yeah.
People seem to like when I call you K-Weave.
K-Weave?
I threw down K-Weave earlier.
Well, and you call me Weaves, too.
I called you Weaves as well, but for officially it is Ken Weaver. We've got Jeff Malinoff is in for Johnny B. Good morning, Jeff.
Good morning.
I'm Dan. Let's see here. Now, Chris Hand.
Where's old brother Chris Hand?
He's in Texas.
All right.
I'm in Texas. Yeah, what's up, guys?
Well, I bet you're hot.
What are you doing down there, brother Chris?
Well, we got an event with Turning Point USA Young Women's Leadership Summit this weekend.
Okay.
So I'm neither young nor a woman, but they invited me anyway.
Listen, all you got to do is say that you identify as a woman. That's all you need to do.
I don't know if it's going to fly with this crowd. I'll tell you that much. But
really? You sure?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. But it's going to be cool. I mean, they got a weekend jam-packed of some great speakers like Candace Owens, Megyn Kelly, Riley Gaines, Yeonmi Park, Alina Habba. I mean, the list goes on.
Alina
and on.
Habba?
Three full days.
Okay. And who is that? Alina Park? Who's?
Yeonmi Park is a North Korean defector.
Okay.
That ought to be interesting.
I think I've interviewed her, actually. She's really good.
She's fantastic. Really yeah. I talked to her a lot.
Now, what part of Texas are you in?
So we're in San Antonio, and I was trying to describe it to my wife. I was like, I feel like it's like the Cincinnati of Texas. It's it's a big city, but I don't know.
But it doesn't feel like it.
It doesn't feel like it, no.
Right, yeah.
It's weird.
San Antonio's very easy to get around. It's really laid back.
You know what? I remember. I've been to San Antonio a number of times. Do you know why San Antonio is easy to get around? Because nobody wants to be there and they've left. Sorry. Hey,
that could be true. We're 10 minutes from the Alamo. I'm going to try and go to the Alamo. Everybody tells me it's a letdown.
Don't they say that the Alamo is like the most disappointing national landmark or whatever that there is out there? I've been to the Alamo twice.
I'm gonna find out. I might like it more than the Statue of Liberty.
It's a low bar.
It is a low bar. All right, now it's a sad day around here because today is the day that we say goodbye to young Mac Maury.
Brother Mac.
Mac, how long have you been here?
Over 2 years now.
Over 2 years?
Yeah, I came in right, I think, after Murphy or right before. It was right around the same time.
Around the same time, yeah.
You know what's so weird about that is it's 2 years later. I still don't know why I hired you. I'm just kidding.
It's too late to figure it out now.
Is it too late to fire him? Okay, well then, I got to tell you, let me just say this. I know that Chris probably has something to say to you as well, but you came in and you made an impact.
Yep.
And you are somebody who grew into your role because you admitted to me that News Talk wasn't your first choice of format. Everybody knows. But you grew into it. And you parlayed running the board to then you were doing great on traffic. We gave you the opportunity to anchor in the afternoon. You're doing really well with that. And so it only makes sense that now you've parlayed all of that into going back home. Wait, you've mentioned where you're going, right?
Yeah.
Okay, going back home, and working for, I guess it's the affiliate of the Chiefs, the home of the Chiefs or whatever it is. So this is like the dream job for you.
It's really exciting, man. I mean, and you guys know in radio, I think Womack said it beautifully to me the other day. It's like it's very rare that you get the market and the city, and the station.
It is.
Sometimes you like the station,
rare.
you don't like the market. You love the market, you don't like the station. But to get both, which this is, that situation for me is awesome. And I really appreciate those words, Dan. That's really nice of you. But you gave me those opportunities, and not every place would. Not every job gives you those opportunities to grow and to learn. And I came in here green, and you guys gave me the opportunity to make mistakes, which is what matters.
And you made a lot.
I made a lot of them. Trust me.
Totally kidding.
That's how you learn, man.
That's it.
Well, not only is it how you learn, but also accepting the fact that you're going to make mistakes, learning from them, and being motivated to always do better. And the one thing that I've always liked about Mac, Ken, is that when I light him up for something. he always comes back with a smile. It is so amazing because most people break down and cry.
Well, Brother Mac takes direction. He is a sponge.
Yeah.
This is his passion. And I'm telling you, Brother Mac, it's going to be fun watching where you go, my man.
Thanks, dude.
Young
I really
man.
appreciate that.
You're a young man. What are you, 25?
25.
Yeah, this is going to be exciting to watch where Brother Mac goes in his career.
Oh, it's going to be great because I think Mac has the opportunity to do programming. I think that you've already been a program director, haven't you?
No.
Oh, you haven't?
No, I wish.
What's fairly obvious?
Yeah, well, be
No, I'm
careful
just
what
kidding.
you wish for, Brother Mac.
Oh, my
true.
Lord.
That's true. That's true. I should watch Dan. You're right. It's a tough job.
I had a full head of hair when I got here, man. Actually, I did. I had a full head of hair. Anyway, so Ken, you remember that? The good old days?
I do not remember you with a full head of hair, Brother Dan. I don't.
Dan's really offended by that, kid.
Did you? We've been here at the same time. We've both been here like 9 years.
I shaved my head. Yeah, I did. I shaved my head. Well, it may not have been a full head of hair.
Oh, you did like me. You shaved your head. You shaved your head, which I do now.
It may have been like 3/4 of a head of hair.
Okay. All right.
Maybe a half. Yeah. But anyway, whatever. And then I knew, because you had me thinking, Ken, did I really? Yeah, I did.
Sorry,
anyway,
buddy.
Well, this has turned awkward. Hey, so Mac, did you tell when you were in your job interviews for your new job?
Yes.
Did you tell them how much you appreciated everybody at WTN?
Of course.
Well,
they said, okay, they actually told me you got to stop talking about your old job. You're trying to get a new one, okay? Come on. Well, I just wouldn't stop talking about you guys.
Well, listen, I told Mac, I said, whatever you do, don't bash the old company. That is like job interview 101. You never...
It's kind of a red flag.
Yeah, that is a red flag. That is exactly right. So Mac obviously took my advice. And so they see the value in you, and it's a big life change, but you're going back to Kansas City. And again, this is the last time I'm going to say it, I'm so happy for you. You came in here, you made a big impact, you impressed a heck of a lot of people, and now you're doing what all of us have done.
Yep.
Chris, me, Malinoff had a false start. We can talk about that some other time.
Jeff's getting started, brother. Jeff's getting started.
False start is a strong word. Anyway. That was rough.
Yeah, but you're doing what all of us have done, which is move. But the great thing is you're moving to where you want to be.
Yeah. No,
So-
I'm really lucky to be able to do that. Starting in Wyoming, place not necessarily was my first option. Coming here, which was great.
Yep.
But again, not the format that I wanted. Finally getting to a place where I wanted to go since I was, 8 years old, and to a team that I've been with my whole life. So.
Do you know what the great thing is, though? I know that you feel, hey, Ken, watch this. I know you feel like this tremendous weight off of your shoulders because you've been carrying Chris Hand for like a year.
Seriously, man, I'm tired.
It could be a burden.
I told him to make sure he takes a week or two off in between the jobs so he can rest up.
Yeah, exactly. Get ready to go.
Ask Ken. He's been carrying me for what 10 years now?
Exactly right.
So, whatever.
Stop it, Brother Dan.
Anyway, so...
I mean, we're all so proud of Mac. Like, he came in here and he did exactly what he needed to do. He just became undeniable, and it shows. We're super proud of you, man.
Thanks, man.
Are you going to miss us? Be honest.
Thank you.
Be honest.
And dude, you've got to get a selfie with Creed Humphrey.
Oh, I got you.
And send me a boomer sooner, all right?
I got. You know who that is, Dan?
Sure.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's fair. Honestly, he's a lineman, so it's fair that you don't know.
Creed Humphrey?
Creed
The
Humphrey.
lead singer of Creed, Dan. Clearly.
Do you know what's funny, Malinoff? Jeff, I almost said that just as a joke.
Yeah.
People were thinking at Watch Mandis, he's going to play it's the band Creed card. Nope.
No.
Nope.
He's like if you ate the band of Creed and made him into a
Exactly. That's
football
exactly
player.
right.
Did you say in your interview that you were like a Swiftie? Like, I did. Be honest. Did you say that you're a Swiftie?
I don't think it came up, but I don't think I would have said that.
You
No,
if you were a Swiftie.
don't think
Isn't
so.
that like
I think it was
required?
implied.
Exactly.
I think it was implied.
Yeah, exactly.
He wore a Taylor Swift shirt
I was about
to the
to say.
interview.
Yeah.
Oh.
Maybe my friendship bracelet took it off. Yeah. Maybe that teed them off.
You know what? When you walked in, instead of handshaking, you did the whole little heart hand thing that Taylor Swift always does.
Yes.
All right. So, what are you looking forward to most about being back in Kansas City?
I mean, seeing my mom, seeing some of my old friends is going to be great. Yeah, living with my mom will be great. Home cooked meals.
Barbecue.
Nice.
How about the barbecue? Brother Mac?
Barbecue. It's going to be awesome.
Is your mom no longer going to listen to WTN and Nashville's Morning News?
No, that's what's funny is she's definitely going to still be listening the whole day. So I'm going to hear all of your guys' voices all day. No, I won't miss you a bit. I promise.
Yeah, Brother Mac won't be able to get away from us.
Nope, still going to hear this.
It's like, Mom, please turn it off. Can't handle Mandis' voice anymore.
I would tell people to come listen to my show, but it's during your show, Dan. So I'll wait till after your show's over, then tell them to go listen to mine, okay?
All right, so just so we're clear, number one, I actually heard that whole bit you did with Chris, where you told people to, go listen to your show in Kansas City.
Yeah.
I actually heard that whole thing. I chose not to hotline you, but I heard it.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
I think, didn't I curse you out for that, Chris?
Yeah, you did. You,
I said,
you
yeah,
made
that's
sure
great.
to
That's
let
great.
your
Good.
displeasure known.
Here's the great thing. The great thing is you can actually listen to Nashville's Morning News and then listen to the podcast of Mac and the Gang
That's
out there
true.
in
That's a good point.
Kansas City.
Yes.
Everything
will be podcasted.
I can't wait till Matt gets started in Kansas City. We're going to call him while he's working while I'm live on the air.
That'd be really funny, actually.
Just to say hi. Just to say hi.
So when do you actually move?
I think I'm going to move late next week, like Thursday, Friday, Saturday. I don't know for sure which day, but one of those days. I'll start Monday, the 17th.
Now, did your mom have to move all of the stuff out of your room? Clearly was being used as like a storage room. Has she moved all that stuff out and put your chief spanners back up?
Oh, I do need my chief spanners back up. You know what's funny? I need my army guys set up. I need it just all to be like when I was 12. I honestly think the bed's
Watch
probably...
those Playboys under the bed, but moving right along. What? I didn't say that. Chris, what's wrong with you?
Trent Green poster as well.
Yeah, exactly.
Back in the 90s style.
No, the bed's probably already made and closets cleaned out. It's probably ready for me. I'm excited. It'll be fun.
We ought
I get
to
the whole basement.
Do you really?
Yeah, I get the whole basement.
Hey, Chris, you know what we ought to do?
What do we got to do?
We ought to let's get all together and let's get a bunch of Taylor Swift posters and see if Mama Maury will put them up in Mac's new room down in the basement.
Gosh,
how funny would that be?
She would.
I think we should.
She would do that.
We should get him a subscription to 17 magazine and have it delivered to his new office.
Because every month is Taylor Swift on the cover.
Yeah, on the cover, exactly.
17 magazine
sent to the office.
I forgot about that.
Hey, do you like do you like your new host better than Chris?
Hey, whoa! The jury's still out. I haven't gotten to know him yet, so we'll give a couple weeks judgment there.
See, that's what I try to do. I try to make it awkward because but
perfect.
with me, you don't really have to try all that hard. So today's your last day.
Yeah. That's crazy, man. That's still weird.
Yeah,
it's insane, dude.
It is very weird.
It is insane. We're gonna miss you.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I'm gonna miss you guys too.
Are you gonna keep in touch? No.
Of course. And I'll be back here in Nashville a lot. And so I'm hoping maybe if I come in on a weekday, just kind of pop in, say what's up.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I know I'm going to text you for the Niners-Chiefs game. I kind of have to there.
Yeah. I'll text you after too when we get that win. It'll be great.
we should make a bet.
Yeah, I'm down.
Okay,
I'm definitely down.
Let's do a bet. Let's do it live right now. Whatever teams win, the loser has to wear that gear to work. So if the Niners win, you have to wear Niners stuff to the KC show. If the Chiefs win, I have to wear my Chiefs jersey that I have.
Oh yeah, you already have a Chiefs jersey. He's already a fan.
Hold on. But let me just explain myself.
Oh, you got a Montana?
I have a Montana throwback jersey.
That's fair.
And if
That's cool. I wish I had that.
If the Chiefs beat the Niners, the next day I will wear it. Even if I'm not working, I will walk into Chris's show to show that I'm wearing it.
Call it done.
You think that's a punishment on my show, but Mac did that for 40 days.
46.
But I'm not. I hate the Chiefs though. They took away 2 Super Bowls from me. I'm still it's PTSD if I'm gonna wear it. I had to do that when the Niners lost to the Ravens. Also, I had to wear a Ravens jersey, so that was rough.
This has all gone way over my head, but that's okay. That's okay.
Hey,
Now,
did you see our win in cricket yesterday? I'm sure you were up with that though.
Yeah. I didn't even know USA had a cricket team.
You didn't see this?
Either.
no. We have a cricket team.
I was worried
team.
Mac might not show up today because he was out celebrating that.
Locked in. Hey, next game versus India, Wednesday, 9:30. I will be ready to go.
That is funny.
I can't wait.
Yeah,
I can't wait for the analysis
Pakistan.
on.
Yeah, Pakistan is apparently a powerhouse in cricket.
100%.
They're like the Russian hockey team, and USA was it's like the hockey game. It's like the Russia hockey upset.
This is like if a bunch of D2 and D3 basketball players went and faced an NBA team and won. That's exactly what this is like. Yes, that is the level of this. So,
well,
which NBA team though?
Yeah.
Are we talking Hornets or are we talking
no,
Celtics?
No, I think we're talking C's.
Well, there is the sadness of Pat Sajak leaving Wheel of Fortune.
Yes.
And there's Mac Maury leaving WTN. I'm far sadder over Mac Maury leaving.
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
Absolutely.
I thought you were going to go the other way.
I've never seen Wheel of Fortune.
He has been a fantastic teacher, I will have to say. Mac's been nothing but good to me since I got
thanks,
here.
Jeff. Appreciate that,
always
man.
Well, he
appreciate
doesn't
you,
want to
my
get the phone calls. Let's be honest. That's all self-preservation on Mac's part.
That's a good point. That's a good point.
Well, let's also be honest. Any phone calls are going straight to voicemail.
Yeah, sorry, guys.
Do Not Disturb is going to be on Mac's phone. So
I will say, Dan, I've said it on Chris's show, and I don't know if you've listened, but I've shouted you out on Murphy's show as well. Specifically, you have really given me the opportunities here, man, because you are our boss. You're in charge here, and so without you giving me the opportunity and even wanting me to I was over at the Zone. I needed more hours. You were like, hey, well, you can try and help us out, and you gave me that opportunity behind the board. And then you said, well, let's see if we can do traffic and see if we can try some news. I'd never done news before. You let me do it in the afternoons on here, Super Talk. I mean, this is a massive talk station. You let me really work out my kinks here, and I still got some of those, but you gave me that opportunity, man. So I can't thank you enough specifically, seriously.
You have never let me down except for that one time.
Yeah, that one time. It's big.
You're great. I'm going to miss you tremendously, and I know that Chris's show, I don't know what's going to happen, who's going to produce Chris's show long term, but they have some very big shoes to step into. I know that all of us are very appreciative of everything you brought to the table to make the host sound better, quite frankly. And some of us, Chris, it's harder than other hosts to make them sound
totally agree
better. So
totally agree.
That.
Well, all right. So, Chris, you have any big plans for
what do we
young
got?
Mac Maury in the last show?
You know, I know how much Mac likes Dr. Phil, and it's one of his favorite shows. And then one of my favorite guys was on Dr. Phil, so it's like a perfect match. So I have audio from the Trump Dr. Phil interview for everybody. Plus, it's an agenda-free Friday. Whatever you guys want to talk about, plus anybody that wants to call in and say goodbye to Mac, we'll do all that. And we have updates from Joe Biden. Did he or did he not poop his pants in Paris?
What a way to go out, Mac.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Wouldn't want it any other way.
Poopgate.
Yeah, Poopgate.
That's what it is.
Part 2.
You know what the funniest thing about all this is like everybody's saying he pooped his pants, but just the fact that it could be believable is a sad state of affairs for the country.
Incontinence is the thing with the older folks, and so is confusion with Joe Biden. So all that and a whole lot more with Chris Hand coming up. And we'll return next. I want to tell you about my friends at My Patriot Supply. Listen, I never really considered myself as a prepper. I consider myself a guy who cares deeply about his country and his family. That is why I order emergency food from My Patriot Supply. Now, every day we see the headlines that America is under attack. You've got China, Russia, North Korea. They threaten our infrastructure. America is vulnerable, but that doesn't mean that you have to be. Order emergency food from My Patriot Supply at preparewithmandis.com, and you are ready for anything. That's preparewithmandis.com. A great deal going on right now. 3-month emergency food kits, $200 off each. That means that you can stock up and save big. Again, that's preparewithmandis.com. Don't forget that great deal. 3-month emergency food kits, $200 off each. You can find all of that and a whole lot more, preparewithmandis.com.